And another thing, Master. Have you caught the villain who wanted to kill me?
No, I haven't. I didn't catch the villain who wanted to kill you. He got away between the brush and the steep twists of the path.
But why?
I don't know. Not yet, I don't. But I suspect we'll find out soon enough. Fair enough. It's late. Let's head for the Abbey. These gates guard one of the most eminent and enigmatic abbeys in the kingdom. The impregnability of its library is legendary, both for those who might seek to destroy it and for those who merely wish to study it. There surely must be a more efficient system of knocking than having to bash against this massive door which is twice our size. That's the bell which announces to the brother acting as gatekeeper that someone is waiting outside the door. I can't reach it from here. Perhaps if I were able to climb up onto something. This rope is attached to the bell.
We have been impatiently awaiting your arrival, Brother Leonardo.
I sincerely regret the delay, brother.
It's all the same to me. I have explicit orders from the abbot to wait at the gate to welcome you, even if that means spending the whole time out here on a devilish night like this.
We had a little accident.
The path is filled with danger, brother. Not only due to the difficult lay of the land, but because on nights like these, robbers and thieves have the perfect conditions to commit their evil deeds.
Take a good look at us, brother.
Egidio.
What loot could they hope for from poor monks like us?
The horse and the donkey.
Did anyone leave the abbey last night?
The compline prayers are already over with and everyone's asleep, brother. You'll notice during your stay just how strict the schedule is at our abbey. Come in, come in. I'll take you to your cell so that you can lie down. You can see the abbot tomorrow.
Brother Leonardo, it is an honor for this humble abbey to be allowed to welcome you.
Father Abbot, if the honor is as great as your modesty, I don't think I deserve it. This is Bruno, the son of the Count of Capra Negra.
Where were we? Ah, yes, the young man who would like to be initiated into our abbey.
Father?
We have brought a gift from the Count. A gift? What is it? What is it?
A book that shows the Count's interest in...
No, a book. I think I get the point. He's very interested in seeing his son have a successful career with the church.
Father, these days a book can be a great treasure.
Brother Leonardo, as with many others, news of your wisdom and perception has reached my ears as well. As there is a matter which does worry me, I would very much like to discuss it with you.
Does that have something to do with the demise of your former gatekeeper?
But how?
I just spied Egidius walking towards the cemetery with a wooden cross on a cart. I put two and two together and deduced that a monk must have died recently. And as Egidius was the one who waited for us last night, and the duties of a gatekeeper normally have nothing to do with those of a gravedigger, it's only logical that the deceased must be the gatekeeper.
But why do you suspect that something curious is attached to that death?
An accident wouldn't make you uneasy. And if the situation dealt with a suicide, you wouldn't bury him in consecrated soil.
Impressive!
Although, that's not all you should be worried about.
What do you mean by that?
Yesterday we were attacked by a monk, and there aren't too many monasteries around here.
I regret any such incident. But I'm sure that your eyes and the dearth of light caused illusions that deceived you. Once the prayers for compline have been said, The monks are not allowed to leave the abbey.
Is that right?
All of the doors are locked tight, and the only ones who don't sleep in the Artificium, where the monks' cells are the brother gatekeeper and myself.
Fair enough, but I'll still be on my guard. Rather than finding out who did it, I'd say it would be much more interesting to find out why they did it.
Well, I see that word of your fame is more than just idle talk.
Father.
Brother Leonardo, running an abbey is no simple task. And in times like these, preserving the righteous faith of the community is even more difficult. Day by day, the people become less God-fearing, and the devil sows his seeds on the fertile soil of doubt and fear.
Are you trying to say that ignorance is a virtue?
Knowledge can be a devastating temptation, too, especially at an abbey like ours, a fortress of wisdom and knowledge.
And like any fortress, it does have its cracks.
As you know, the archives of our library hold ancient and extremely rare copies of the most important writings of Christianity. Bibles, epistles from many saints, scriptures from significant blessed figures, written down to enhance the love of our Lord. It is our duty to preserve these precious books. And that's why access is denied to everyone except the librarian and his assistant.
Does that mean you think the gatekeeper's death points to the library?
There are rumors that strange things are going on in the library.
What kind of rumors?
The servants and common folk put faith in those kinds of superstition. They lack the necessary understanding to illuminate events concealed in the darkness of sin with the light of knowledge.
But it's obvious that we are presently not talking about rumors being spread by illiterates. What incidents?
Happenings of a supernatural nature. Who would doubt that a monastery is the best place to corrupt untainted souls? Perhaps evil is lurking like a predator after its prey.
And what do you think about that?
If a shepherd is told that a wolf is on the prowl, wouldn't he gather his flock and stand guard? Whatever I think is beside the point, but the monks are uneasy, and after Anselmo's death, all the more so.
So you want me to look into those rumors?
I'd like you to use your perceptive mind to find an explanation. As perceptive as you can be, and as discreetly as you can be.
Fair enough.
We thank you, Brother Leonardo.
But I will need something. I must be able to question the Brotherhood without restrictions.
As long as it doesn't disturb the Brothers' work, they will be glad to help you.
I thank you. Please exempt me from taking part at Mass.
In a battle like this, I'm not sure if you should make do without having the power of prayer at your side.
I am grateful for your concern, Father. But if there's one place at this monastery where I certainly won't find any demons, then it's the church.
All right, as you wish.
I need permission to enter the library.
But the rule is very strict with regard to this. No one is allowed to go.
If everything points to the library and strange things are happening, don't you think it could help me to find out the truth if I were allowed to go in there?
I am sure you'll find a way. Lucifer already roams freely about the Abbey. There is no need for you to do so as well.
At the moment, it's not Lucifer who has me worried.
Brother Leonardo, this is Segundo, our prior.
Brother?
Yeah.
Brother Leonardo, the responsibility I bear demands that I not only keep the faith of this monastery, but that I safeguard its treasures too. The rules that forbid entry to the library serves that purpose, and I cannot permit people to walk in and out as if it were a marketplace.
But
your mission is to investigate the death of Anselmo the gatekeeper, and to find the signs of the devil in this matter.
then please excuse me, Father. I have a job to do. There's a saying where I come from, if the prior makes merry, then what are the monks up to? Brother?
Listen well, brother. I ask you to please conclude your investigation as rapidly as possible, because I'm not going to tolerate things like this at my abbey any longer. Was that sufficiently clear?
May I remind you that I stand under the abbot's command?
As do I. That's why I'm telling you.
A famous emblem of the region. I can admire the great work of art from here. Anyone who would use this chalice made of solid gold for mass would be exhausted just trying to lift it. Some may like to live a life full of excess. I, for one, have devoted mine to self-denial. Strong and robust. I assume the abbot puts the less sumptuous things here for safekeeping. It's empty. Gracious! It's made of gold. I do love music, but I couldn't say which instrument that is. It looks like a cross between a lute and a fiddle. Even if I were a musician, I wouldn't dare touch it. I can see the library, the church, and the hospital from here. Why should I have to climb out through the window? They're made of silk filled with down. No doubt they're quite a bit more comfortable than the beds in our cells. Let's take a look. The Life and Miracles of San Matteo de Vejer. St. Gabriel, a legend of our time. Revelations of St. Evaristus. Nothing interesting, with all due respect for the saints, of course. That's what the abbot is reading. In light of the opulence of this hall, I can easily imagine how it looks inside. I don't think going in there is part of the freedom of movement the abbot has authorized for me. It weighs more than Bruno's thoughts. I'd rather see it here on the floor than on a battlefield. Praise the Lord it wasn't used. It doesn't show any traces. Well forged. It must weigh quite a bit. I think I'd rather employ all my faculties towards solving this case. During the battles, I'll make use of additional tried-and-true methods.
Brother Leonardo, any news?
No, not yet. Only theories.
Then why have you come?
Father, it's imperative that I obtain access to the upper halls of the library.
That's out of the question. As you know, the rules of this abbey forbid.
But
It's useless. You're not going to persuade me.
I was just passing by, but I'm headed off again.
In that case, go with my blessing, and keep me informed.
It's burning like it would in the eponymous inferno. I should literally put my hand in the fire? That's a rolling pin for kneading dough. I hope we're having something other than soup to eat this evening. I can put these to good use.
It's full of holes. I ordered a new one, but it hasn't arrived yet. To fan the fire, I just use what I have on hand.
No need to fan a fire here. And besides, I've got the impression that it's broken. It's locked. Nothing interesting. It's only logical that he's so busy. He cooks for the entire community. Forgive me for interrupting you, brother.
Oh, none other than our special guest. You're not interrupting me, Brother Leonardo. My name is Martin, and as you can see, I'm the cook. How can I help you?
The soup you're cooking there smells, if you'll pardon me, heavenly.
Really?
Yes, I see that you're adding chicken bones and some spices. Not everyone takes so much trouble with such a simple dish as soup.
Could be, but I do. And by the way, in this case, I must share the compliment with Brother Eladio. He supplies me with the spices.
The appearance and aroma are incomparable.
I see you appreciate good cooking.
What shall I say? I've traveled quite a bit.
It's a pleasure to talk with a connoisseur.
That's kind, but connoisseur would be a mouthful.
Oh, don't be so modest, brother. You recognized a decent soup by its fragrance. I presume that you're able to sniff out the spices that were used, too.
My sense of smell is not up to snuff today.
Really?
Can we talk about Anselmo, brother?
Anselmo? Oh, blessed Mother of God. Salve Regina, Mater Misericordiae, Vita dulcedo et spes nostras salve. Ad te clamamus exsulses filii Hevae, ad te suspirarnos, gementes et fientes, in hac lacrimarum valle. Ea ergo advocata nostra, illos tuos misericordes oculos ad nos converte. Et Iesum benedictum fructum ventris tui, nobis post hoc exilium ostende. O clemens, O pia, O dulcis Virgo Maria, ora pro nobis sancta Dei genitrix?
Are you finished, brother?
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. It's never wrong to appeal to our Virgin to shield us from evil, especially in these days of ours.
Perfectly understandable, brother. But it is my intention to fulfill the task the abbot entrusted me with, and that as quickly as possible, especially in these days of ours.
Yes, of course.
Do you know all the details surrounding Anselmo's death?
Unfortunately, yes. I wouldn't have thought that such a beautiful and costly gift would bring misfortune to our abbey.
A somewhat delicate question. Do you think that a brother could have anything to do with the gatekeeper's death?
No. How dare you insinuate something like that?
The question doesn't necessarily reflect my opinion, but it would be very imprudent of me not to look into it.
That's impossible. The brothers are all different, but we're here for the same reasons. One of those is respect for one another, and the other is our dedication to God and His teachings. He has taught us to value life, both ours and that of our neighbors. How could a monk do such a terrible thing?
Lunacy?
That's no excuse. Heaven is my witness it's not so. As I already said, this is a place of peace and harmony. I'd swear on a stack of Bibles that no brother would ever do anything like that.
It's rumored that the devil had something to do with Anselmo's death. What's your opinion?
Speak softly, brother. Speak softly.
What's wrong?
Try not to mention the devil. That might lure him here.
Here? To the Abbey?
No, into the kitchen. The devil already abides within these walls. The signs are clear, and Anselmo's death is a good example of that.
That means I'm not going to find anyone at this Abbey who has ever had a direct encounter with the Phantom.
Naturally, Brother Leonardo. Evil has many faces and can disguise itself very, very cleverly. The metal of a censer is the perfect hiding place.
I see you're very sure of yourself.
The abbot is too.
The abbot feels it's possible. That's something very different.
I believe firmly that it's so. Just as I believe we must be prepared to confront the forces of evil face to face. I thank God that you're here. You'll take care of it, won't you?
The only reason I came is to solve a mystery.
Oh.
That's all for the moment. I must go. Perhaps we can continue our conversation later.
I'd be delighted to get on with it, Brother Leonardo.
These are kegs of beer. I don't know which method of brewing is employed here, but I do know that hardly any other beer made can match up to the likes of the beer from Nuestra Señora de la Natividad. I might get a chance to try it at the Lord's Supper. A basic yet effective source of light. I have no use for that at all. The barrels there are full of wine. That reminds me of the night we spent in the monastery of San Crispin on the way here. The abbot told me that the best wine in the region came from there. It's not necessary. They're all sitting tight. That's used to seal the keg. I wouldn't spill any wine without good reason. A source of heat is required to get the alembic started. With an alembic, I can distill any kind of liquid. The outlet neck is broken. It would have to be fixed if I want to use it. It's locked. I hope the abbot considers having the roof redone, otherwise it's going to collapse soon. I can't reach it. Gravestones in bad condition. That's all I can find here, apart from cobwebs and dust. There's nothing there that could arouse my interest. A cross on a gravestone. That's better, and besides, I don't think I could move it all by myself. I don't see anything special. Looks like nothing special happened. It's an impressive church, and the scene of a crime.
Are you talking about Anselmo's death, Master?
No, about the horrible sculpture of Saint Torquato, Bruno.
Ah.
Nothing interesting? There's not much time left for the poor man.
Out! Get out!
I ask myself how long he's been here at the monastery. Good day to you, brother. Good day to you, brother!
All right already. I'm old, but I'm not deaf.
Then why didn't you reply?
These young people, always in a hurry. I don't know what you want, youngster, but I doubt it's as urgent as caring for Clotilde. You're not wilting, she is.
But brother, I have an extremely urgent mission to fulfill.
More important than Clotilde? Have you taken a good look at her?
Yes, I'll take a look at her. And I don't want to offend you, but...
All right already. Whatever. So what can an old man do to help on a mission of such importance?
My name is Leonardo de Toledo. And you are?
De Toledo, eh? How do things look in France nowadays?
No, Toledo is not in France.
Honest, it's not? What a shame.
Now, yes, right. As I see, you're the gardener.
Very observant of you, young man. Correct. I am Brother Arcadio, and as you can see, I take care of the plants at the Abbey. This garden is flourishing, and I planted it. The region is rather dark. We only get a few hours of sunlight here. That's why I try to spread a bit of joy around the place.
You've truly done good work, brother.
I have, haven't I?
Have you been at the Abbey long?
Me? Yes, my whole life. One rainy night I was left at the entrance to the monastery when I was no more than a babe. It's been my home since then.
Oh.
Hang on. Or was I already a young man when I first became a seminarian? I don't remember anymore. Oh well, it's not important either. I like the other story better anyway.
What can you tell me about the gatekeeper's death?
Gatekeeper? We never had a gatekeeper here. Someone has given you the wrong information, brother.
But Anselmo?
Poor Anselmo. His death was a hard blow to the monastery. As for the gatekeeper, I'm afraid I can't help you there. Could it be that you've got your abbeys confused, young man?
Why do you say it was such a hard blow to the Abbey?
The death of a brother is always hard, especially when the person involved is so young. The Lord shouldn't come for us before our time. Isn't that right, Clotilde?
Do you know what he died of?
Yes. A censer fell and hit him on the head. That must have been painful.
Do you think Anselmo's death was peculiar?
Peculiar? Peculiar? Did you hear that, Clotilde? Could be that this young man knows what you and I know.
What are you referring to?
Don't interrupt me. I'm talking to Clotilde. Yes? Perchance he learned about something that has to do with Brother Anselmo's death from you. What did you say? We should tell him. Are you sure? No. Whatever you say, Clotilde.
Who was it who let Clotilde wither away?
Quiet down. Be quiet. Clotilde can hear you and doesn't want that known. She's afraid. I understand that. She's defenseless.
But what are you talking about?
What were you thinking, Clotilde? It's all right now? Or why not before? Ah, you don't trust this young man. Why not? Yes, quite lively. Just as it should be, but certainly friendly and polite enough. Ah, the little boy.
What is Clotilde saying?
Clotilde says she may only confide our secret to the boy accompanying you.
Master?
Come closer, my child. So now you know it. Don't tell a soul. It's a secret.
The plant didn't say a thing.
Oh, is that right? How odd. I have no more questions about Anselmo.
Excellent. We'll let Anselmo rest in peace. He's earned it.
If you've been staying here for so long, then you'll know quite a bit about the Abbey.
Yes, the problem is remembering. My memory is not what it used to be, though it was never very good. I recall that there was once... no, to be honest, I don't remember at all.
Do you know if a death similar to that of Brother Anselmo's has ever occurred in the history of the Abbey?
Why do you ask, brother?
Just asking. But if an accident like the one Brother Anselmo had ever happened in the past, then there might be a connection between the two.
A connection? No, I don't really. Censors don't make a habit of falling on people's heads with us. I would remember that. At least I think I would. Poor Clotilde. Her leaves are not what they used to be anymore, either.
Do you recall any cases of crime at the Abbey?
Yes.
Yes?
We once had a cook who nearly did us in. His best dish smelled like musty bog mud and tasted even worse. Thank the Lord he became a missionary. One day he announced that he was going on a pilgrimage to the Orient to feed the poor children.
Now that's courage for you.
Yes, one needs courage for that. As if they didn't have enough troubles already. Anyway, we have a new cook now. Have you tried any of his dishes yet? They're magnificent. The only thing is, I just can't seem to remember his name.
I have no more questions.
It's probably better that way. Then I don't need to put so much strain on my memory. We're too old for that by now, aren't we, Clotilde?
I would like to talk to Clotilde.
I believe your presence is intimidating her, brother.
I think I could get her to trust me.
Truly, I hope so. Not a bad idea. It would be good if she talked with someone else besides me. New friends would be good for her.
Fair enough. With your permission... She had something quite interesting to say.
You mean that about the demon living here at the Abbey, don't you?
Demon? Yes, that's it.
What else did she say?
What this demon has done.
Oh, yes. Clotilde knows of it. Of course she does. She owes her sorry state to him. The devil let her wither away. But she wasn't the first to succumb to the devil. No, gentlemen. And she won't be the last either.
What do you mean by that?
The devil abides in these walls now. A good place for him, isn't it? A high cliff with no opportunities to escape. It's clever, very clever. We're all going to die, one after the other. Oh yes, and the boy shall be the first.
Brother, please.
I see fear in his eyes. The devil always begins with them. You know that, don't you? First the weak, and then...
I think that's enough.
Whatever you say. But one must always remain vigilant. Beware, mind you. He never takes his eyes off you. Oh yes, you never leave his sight.
I'll let you work in peace. Thank you for your time.
All right, it doesn't matter. Poor Clotilde.
I thought one would find a masterpiece of wrought art in the belfry of Nuestra Señora de la Natividad, something that could be compared with the censer. Although, in its own rough-hewn way, this bell is perfect. It's better that way. Egidio will take care of ringing the bell on time. The mechanism is fairly simple. All one has to do is pull to make the bell ring. Egidio is in charge of doing that, not me. Impossible to reach it. Perhaps I could make it fall by sounding the bell. But that's not my duty, and it wouldn't be a good idea to draw any attention. I'd have to wait until the bell is rung for terce prayers. The door is locked. I don't see anything special. I haven't slept so peacefully at an abbey since I was in San Rodrigo. No. I must find out what is going on at this abbey. I'm not even allowed to take a nap. Here is where Bruno sleeps. The cells all look identical. Not even a trace of some evidence. Beech. Due to the grain and colour, I'd say it came from the beechwood forest near the valley. And when I take a good look at the way the carving was done, it has all the marks of a left-handed carpenter, someone between 38 and 39 years old. The servants at the abbey have been entrusted with keeping the stone floor clean. It doesn't seem to be very valuable. What I mean to say is artistic value. I think it's understandable that this is not the right moment to talk with him. gravestone of the donors who financed construction of the chapel. Requiescat in pacem. Saint Torquato, a bishop and martyr from the 1st century. This church is dedicated to him. He was a famous missionary. May he rest in peace. Here is where one enters the chapter hall. It's locked. No one will be inside. The children born in the course of a year are baptized here. The baptism font. There's no water in it at the moment. It's only filled to celebrate the Paschal Vigil. Here lie the mortal remains of the Duke of Sicard, who financed the construction for nearly all of the church. The Duke of Sicard has already done enough for this church. May he rest in peace. The gravestone of Abbot Emilio de Pisa, who passed away in 1132. He was the one who had this church built. May he rest in peace. A wooden image of Cristo de los Faldones, highly revered in this region. There'll be time to pray to him. The gravestone of Abbot Valero, who consecrated the church in 1185. He was Abbot Emilio de Pisa's successor. Requiescat in pacem. This is the way down to the crypt. It's been locked with a key. It doesn't seem to be any common candle. It's very soft.
Master, what are you doing? Did you steal a liturgical object from a church altar?
Silence. Not a word. If you open your mouth one more time, I'll send you off to a Egidio to muck out the stables. Bruno holds him in high esteem, and I think the feeling is mutual. I don't want to disturb him. He scared himself enough last night. Seems to be robust enough. I hope his energy is replenished during our stay at the Abbey. It's going to be needed for the journey back. Not necessary. I can get anywhere I want to at the Abbey on foot. He's currently keeping an eye on my old travelling companion. Bravo.
Yes?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about the mystery surrounding Anselmo's death.
Mystery? There's no mystery. A frankincense censer weighing 200 pounds fell on his head. If I'm not mistaken, accidents like that are fatal.
Didn't you ask yourself if maybe it wasn't an accident?
I don't ask. I thought questions were what you do.
Right you are, but you're forgetting that you must answer them.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I didn't ask myself if it wasn't an accident. Satisfied?
You seem to be quite sure of yourself.
Indeed, I'm sure.
A certainty in your reply. What is it based on?
My what? Brother, there are other monks at this abbey who speak Latin much better than I do. Please remember that I'm a simple gatekeeper, the groom. Oh, I don't know myself anymore.
What I want to say is, why do you believe that Anselmo's death was an accident?
I was there.
Beg your pardon?
I was one of those holding the rope for the censer together with Nicholas and Gottfried. We had just fixed the rope in place and were wondering if the height was right when it suddenly split apart. Anselmo and the abbot were underneath the censer, but Anselmo didn't get away in time. As you can plainly see, if there's anyone to blame for all this, then it's a rotten rope.
Where is the murder weapon? What I want to say is about the accident.
Back there. It was taken here since there was no room for the repairs in the smithy.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about the mystery surrounding Anselmo's death.
Mystery? There's no mystery. A frankincense censer weighing 200 pounds fell on his head. If I'm not mistaken, accidents like that are fatal.
Do you think it could be the devil's work?
The devil? Do you mean evil incarnate? Satan?
That's right, in all his many names.
I beg you, brother. The cause of Anselmo's death is that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's all. The devil incarnate. What poor wretch came up with such a foolish idea like that?
The abbot is concerned that there's more behind the gatekeeper's death than merely the irony of fate we keep hearing so often.
He'll have his reasons. The abbot is an intelligent person, even though he does confuse the smell of snuff with the smell of sulphur.
You seem to be quite sure of yourself.
Indeed, I'm sure.
Do you know what they were talking about?
Nicholas and Gottfried?
No, Anselmo and the abbot.
No, I couldn't hear them. And anyway, it was none of my business. All I did was my work.
Do you think someone could have had a reason to murder Anselmo?
For what reason? For coming too late to Mass or sneezing during compline prayers? For heaven's sake, we're an abbey, not a seaman's tavern. Differences aren't settled with knives.
One thing is clear. If it wasn't an accident, then there must be a reason. I have to find out that reason, and that's why I have to ask questions.
In that case, you've picked out the wrong monk. I don't poke around in others' lives, and they don't poke around in mine.
Was anyone else in the church besides Anselmo, the abbot, and the ones who wanted to hang the censer?
No, just us. And besides, the church has very good acoustics. If anyone else has been there, we'd have heard. I don't know, at least footsteps.
That's strange.
What?
You said you wouldn't have been able to hear the conversation between Anselmo and the abbot, even though they were only a few meters away. Yet you're certain that no one else was in the church because you would have heard them due to the acoustics.
That's not what I said.
Excuse me, but those were your words.
Yes. All right, no. That's not what I wanted to say. I neither heard anyone nor saw anyone.
That's a different story.
I want to set one thing straight. I did not see anyone. All I am is a simple gatekeeper, or stable groom. What do I know?
About something different. I see you're keeping an eye on our mounts.
The abbot's orders. I have to clean and groom your horse every day during your stay here. It seems that you're a very illustrious guest and must be treated accordingly. That means if there's anything I can do for you...
Much obliged, but I managed to wash all by myself this morning. You're a very busy monk.
What other choice do I have?
We all have our work cut out for us.
Right you are. One job, not several. I came here as a grave digger. Since Anselmo's death, I'm now the new gatekeeper. And now, thanks to you, the groom.
Don't worry, we won't be staying here long.
I hope not. I can't stand the smell in the stables.
Believe me, brother, there are things at this abbey that give off a worse smell. We're leaving. Are you going to be nearby?
I hope not.
There you go. The involuntary cause of the whole matter. Let's take a closer look at it. Interesting.
What have you found, Master? Oh my God, it's blood. You found some evidence.
Think about it, Bruno. Do you really believe that finding blood in a censer that struck a monk and killed him can automatically be called evidence? Besides, it's not blood at all.
It's not?
Look closely at the way it dried. If it were blood, the texture and color would look very different. I think it came from some kind of pigment. Red ink, for example. Isn't that interesting?
Ink? Why should ink be interesting?
Think about it, Bruno. Where can we find red ink at the Abbey? I don't see anything special. They're blank sheets. There's certainly enough paper in this library. An incredible collection of books. Good day, brother.
Ah, Leonardo de Toledo, I presume.
And rightly.
Your reputation precedes you. I hope it's justified.
I hope so too. And you are?
Umberto from Lyon. At your service.
Are you busy?
It was long enough. I have a great deal to translate.
Oh, you're the translator.
You're as quick as a whip, brother. The Abbey's very lucky to have you, no doubt about that.
Which languages have you mastered?
Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, Coptic, Ancient Greek. Shall I continue?
No need for that. The list was impressive enough. The Abbey's very lucky to have you. The death of Brother Anselmo was truly calamitous.
A sad thing, yes.
Do you know anything about it?
The censer crushed him. What else is there to know?
His death could be the result of something suspicious.
I heard about that.
And what's your opinion?
My father died shortly after my birth when he was struck by lightning. It wasn't even stormy outside. That is strange. Not the fraying of a rope when it's supporting an enormous weight like that of a 200-pound censer. Accidents do happen.
Perhaps the devil had his hand in it.
The devil, eh? Is that the conclusion your investigation has reached?
It's the abbot's theory.
The abbots, eh?
What can you tell me about Anselmo?
Is it really necessary to talk about him? Can't we just let him rest in peace?
I'd just like to hear your opinion about him.
You're looking for suspects, I presume?
I'm hoping more not to find any.
All right. Anselmo. He was a good monk, a worker. Only he had this distinct arrogance about him. But we didn't say it to his face, and even less so now that he's dead, right? He was one more part of this abbey and contributed to the community with his work, like all of us, I presume.
Thank you for your information.
And well, if you say so. Anything else?
I'll let you work in peace. Goodbye. A large collection of tomes in Latin and Greek. Let's see.
Get away from that shelf.
Papers filled with notations.
Move away from the table, please.
What does it matter to you if...
Move away.
It's merely a reproduction of Nuestra Señora de la Natividad.
Would you mind letting me work? I can't get a thing done with you tramping around here.
Welcome, brother. Are you a copyist?
No, I'm not a copyist.
That's what I thought. I beg you to come down from there. The scriptorium is exclusively for the copyists of our order.
You must be the librarian.
That's true. I am Brother Marcello, the librarian. You must be Brother Leonardo, the one who's not a copyist.
I must go into the scriptorium. I've been given a special mission.
I've been instructed regarding your mission, but no monk has died in my library, and that's because it's not provided for in the rules.
Rules? What rules?
The rules free us from always having to make the right decision. The rule states it clearly, so no one, except for the copyist of the order, is going to enter the scriptorium as long as I'm the librarian here.
Thank you for your time, brother. It could be that our presence disturbed him. Brother.
Yes?
I am Leonardo de Toledo. What's your name?
I'm Gottfried of Trentino.
It seems like you're a bit nervous.
Of course! You scared me half to death.
I'm sorry, brother. It wasn't my intention to startle you. Are you all right again?
Yes, nothing happened.
Are you the librarian?
I'm not the librarian, just his assistant. The brother who takes care of the library is Marcello, the one over there. He can help you with anything you want. As you can see, I have a lot to do right now.
Were you hiding yourself?
Ooh, me?
That's the impression one gets. But it could also be that the columns of this building aren't as stable as they look. And that's why it needs a special support.
I was just resting a bit. Yes, that's right.
He's lying, Master. He wasn't resting.
Bruno! I beg you to forgive the boy. He's the new novice at your order. With time, I hope he achieves the stature all the other brothers at the Abbey have reached.
At the moment, the only stature he's achieved is with the size of his tongue.
I'd love to look at the books you're carrying.
I'm sorry, but I must archive these books right away. Work just grows and grows.
So, is there an urgency for working with the books? I've heard a great deal about your famous Abbey library.
Yes, of course. These here are commonplace books, dialogues, tracts on art, and several compilations of manuscripts. Nothing special.
No matter how commonplace they may be, as a rule, there is something interesting in each and every book. I've heard that you have some of the most beautiful copies here for safekeeping, and that they're being cared for excellently.
No! I mean to say, yes. Surely, if you'd like a special one, all you need is to say so, yes.
I'll make a note of that. May I ask you a few questions?
And my answer would be, I'd be delighted. But I have a great deal of work to do, so if you'll excuse me.
I have work to do too, at the abbot's bidding.
All right, but be brief.
Tell me about Anselmo.
Anselmo was a great monk. I wish I could have gotten to really know him.
Really know him?
Yes, all I mean is, how should I put it? I didn't know him well. He was very reserved, but there's no excuse for the lack of respect that the other brothers treated him with.
As I see, he wasn't very popular.
No, don't get me wrong. Anselmo was a well-read man and very intelligent. He fit perfectly into the Abbey, except that he wasn't very likable, and that irritated the others a lot. But that wasn't the reason why he was killed, was it?
Ah, so you believe that Anselmo was murdered?
No. What do you mean by that? I don't know, but that's why you're here, isn't it?
I'm here to cast light on the truth, whatever that may be. According to what I've heard, you were one of the brothers who held the censer when Anselmo died.
Regretfully, yes. I had the misfortune to be there. A horrible sight. His body crushed by the gift from the abbot of San Nicodemo. His blood everywhere.
Spare yourself the details, brother. Just because I didn't see the body doesn't mean that I don't know what the fall of a large censer can do to a person. There. Do you believe that the censer crashing down was an accident?
I don't know. Nicholas, Egidio, and I were the only ones holding the censer. Oh!
What's happened?
The thought just occurred to me that perhaps it was all our fault.
In what way?
Oh, maybe Anselmo would still be alive if we had used a stronger rope. Oh, my God!
The abbot was there with Anselmo, wasn't he?
Oh, yes.
Could you hear what they were talking about?
I'm not sure, but if I remember correctly, I think that Anselmo told the abbot about the lights in the library.
Lights? What are you talking about?
Oh, they're there! You've just arrived, so you're not up to date on the rumors that have been circulating recently about the library here.
So that's what this is about. The abbot mentioned something to that effect, but he didn't want to go into detail.
I tell you, but I don't think the boy should hear anything about it.
And why not?
Well, what I'm going to say might give him nightmares.
He's old enough to cope with an allegedly disturbing story.
You know, it was only recently that from here you could see lights coming out of the library at night. Oh, and not only that, odd sounds were heard too.
Who saw them?
All you have to do is ask. Oh, yes, many claim to have seen the lights. Anselmo was one of them. You know who. He was the gatekeeper. That's why he was the last to go to bed.
You have some kind of theory about this?
Oh, and now the eerie part comes. I wanted to avoid having the child hear it. Many years ago, the librarian was found dead outside the edificium. Everything pointed to suicide, and as you yourself know, the Lord takes none to him who have forfeited the divine gift of life, which is why the librarian wasn't buried in the cemetery.
What does that have to do with the strange lights?
Don't you understand? It could be that it was the librarian's heartfelt wish to rest among his brothers in the cemetery. Therefore, his spirit shall wander eternally because he feels he has the right to rest near his brothers.
One moment. Are you telling me that a phantom is haunting the library?
Of course! What else could all that howling be that no one seems able to explain?
The howling of a soul that finds no peace.
Yes!
In that case, what do the lights mean?
That's the spirit's glowing aura.
Seriously, brother, do you truly believe what you're saying?
I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that, but I do believe there's some truth behind it. Lots of us do.
I have no more questions. Do you think that harmony reigns among the brothers?
We all try to do our work the best we can.
I don't doubt that. And that's not why I'm asking either.
Then what do you mean?
I don't know. Did the brothers argue? Any particular incident?
Nothing to speak of. The usual, I'd say. A small complaint to the cook when the soup was served cold. A slight reprimand from Marcello when I was late with work.
I don't know. Could someone have a motive to carry out a dispute like that to the bitter end?
No! For heaven's sake, definitely not. This place of peace, our relationships are supposed to be based on mutual respect and practicing the gospel of our Lord.
Supposed to be? Is that perhaps not the case at all?
I didn't say that. I was referring to... Oh, well, you know what I mean.
That's all I wanted to know. For the moment. Where can I get red ink?
Red ink? Oh, in the scriptorium, a second floor.
Thank you. It seems I will have to pull out all the stops in order to get into the scriptorium. I'm sorry to have bothered you.
Don't mention it. But if you'll excuse me now, brother, I have a lot to do.
Leonardo de Toledo?
Eladio from Thebes. It's been a long time.
Wow, you have grown old.
Yes, it's true. A few years have gone by. We're no longer the young seminarians who drank the communion wine when the rector wasn't looking.
Oh, that's true. I'd almost forgotten.
Tell me, what are you doing at such a famous abbey? You always said you wanted to be a hermit on Corfu and dedicate your time purely to meditation and plants.
I exchanged the plants on Corfu for the tracts of Hippocrates. I'm the doctor and specialist for herbs at the monastery. And who is this boy? Your servant?
I'm not his servant. I'm going to join your order and become a great monk, a very wise one, and a great scholar.
Goodness me, another one who wants to become pope. How boring. I'm sure that if I joined your order, I would have had more fun. And a servant.
I must go, Eladio.
All right. Come to the hospital later. We can carry on our conversation then and chat about old times.
You can be assured that I'll do that. Eladio must prepare his salves in it. Eladio, would it bother you if I took this pan with me?
Which one? Oh, that one. No, take it. I don't think I'll be needing it today. Not as long as the torrential rain doesn't come. Then I'd need it for the holes in the roof.
Let's hope it doesn't. It's merely a simple cabinet. I ask myself what Eladio keeps here.
Something dangerous. I mean, someone could take some medicine that wasn't meant for them and get sick. That's why he kept it under lock and key.
Look around you, Bruno. All these shelves are full of chemical substances. Wouldn't you consider them rather dangerous if an unknowing person ingested them? It really was a surprise to run into Eladio at this abbey. Who would have thought that after all these years? Eladio.
Oh, Leonardo, my friend. I've been waiting for you. How was your first day at the Abbey?
Hopefully it will do better tomorrow than it did today.
Is that right? Oh, well. Tomorrow you'll find all the answers, I'm sure of that. The way you always do.
You have to ask the right questions before you get the right answers.
Then ask away while we chat a bit, my friend.
What have you been up to?
Is that what you're talking about? Do you still remember the relaxing teas we used to drink after a hard day's work?
How could I ever forget them?
Then let me tell you that they've gotten that much better with time.
I'm glad to hear that your calling has borne fruits.
Yes, well, part of the fame goes to Martin, our cook. He knows quite a bit about plants too. I've learnt a lot from him. He's very good.
Is this infusion for you?
No, it's for the abbot. You've seen how relaxed he is. That's why I thought it would be a good idea to give him something for his nerves.
Eladio, you're as altruistic as always.
Oh, yes, I am, aren't I?
You must tell me everything, every bit to this day.
Though you too, my friend, you too.
Let's begin with you. I'm very curious. What were you up to the whole time? Where were you?
Whatever you say. Where wasn't I? I don't want to bore you with the itinerary of my travels since leaving the seminary.
Yes, I've already heard that you're a man of the world. I've heard about you from third parties, although I myself lost track of you in San Rodrigo.
That was many years ago. Much too many years. Were you there? I assumed that it was Francisco who told you about my stay at that monastery. The three of us were the best of friends, weren't we?
True, and I was overjoyed to hear of you. He told me you had changed, that you were no longer the impetuous boy from way back when.
We're all getting older, Leonardo. Life at the seminary is very plain and simple, full of illusions and dreams. But later on, life shows you what reality is. It would be better if we talked about you. I've heard many things about the great Leonardo de Toledo.
Not all of them bad, I hope.
Well, but now you tell me, my friend.
I've been to Italy.
I knew it! One must go wherever the heart calls, right? So what? Forget it. I already know everything I wanted to know. But one more thing. Was it worth it?
Some of it, although it's not always good to separate the heart from the mind.
Good old Leonardo, as passionate as an iceberg.
Expanding knowledge, bringing the faith where it's needed most. The usual.
The usual? No matter what monastery I stopped at on my travels, your name was always to be heard. The learned scholar Leonardo de Toledo, the great Leonardo de Toledo. Your modesty is to your credit.
Modesty is the way people without any semblance of talent draw the attention of the common folk to themselves. I feel proud that I was able to be of use on certain occasions.
More than once, I'd say. Although, to be honest, some of the stories that are told about you probably belong more in the realm of the legendary. I mean, who would ever believe that one about the dark horses?
But it's a true story.
Is that a fact? Well, what do you know about that?
I've been the master for my acolyte.
Really? Well, brilliant. When one considers that your novice is about, how old? 13? 12?
14.
Aha! 14! I beg your pardon. That leaves us with quite a few years in which you weren't actively instructing your novice. Ha!
Are you still trying to change the world, old friend?
Blessed innocence, right?
Ah, so you don't think that's possible?
How about you?
Anything is possible.
Precisely. That was our motto as altar boys. But we're getting older, my dear friend, and we realize that there are far too many obstacles.
I understand you. Sometimes a monk's life is clearly too hard, with the many temptations around us.
No, that's not it. I'm not talking about temptations. I'm talking about us, the people.
I can see the direction your thoughts are headed towards, Eladio.
We're nothing more than poor ants who want to play at being the lion. We have the boldness, the gall, yet we're never going to be anything else but ants. It's disappointing to live in times like these, my friend. I hope that future generations will have more favourable opportunities than we had.
It's our duty to pave the way for them, Eladio.
Your duty, Leonardo. You were born for it. I wasn't.
I'm sorry to hear that you've lost your illusions, dear friend. Let's concentrate on the present, my friend.
And that without forgetting the past...
Without forgetting the past, naturally. Could we talk about Anselmo?
Back to work. Isn't that what it's called? Fair enough. We'll talk about Anselmo.
Did you have much contact with Anselmo?
Just the right amount. Sufficient, I'd say. I don't know how to put it. He wasn't exactly the friendliest monk in the whole order.
Anselmo's death arouses several points of suspicion.
What kind of suspicion?
How should I put it? The way he died was...
Strange.
That too, although selective was the word I was searching for.
Selective? I don't get it, my friend.
2 people were underneath the censer when it fell.
Sadly, Anselmo was the one to get hit. The abbot was lucky. Anselmo wasn't. Oh, get off it. It happened, that's all. Things like that happen now and then. Are you telling me you don't remember what happened to Father Macario?
If you don't mind, I'd rather not talk about Father Macario.
Whatever you say, but accidents like that do occur.
The abbot thinks the devil has something to do with Anselmo's death.
Stop beating around the bush. Evil is hanging over this abbey. Isn't that so?
Indeed it is. The devil.
Leonardo, you and I have travelled a lot. We've seen enough to know that the world doesn't need the devil to destroy itself. It's a very painful memory, but I had to cross a field full of dead bodies on the way to this monastery. I tried not to tread on amputated limbs and not step into the rivulets of blood. It's a grotesque and indecent spectacle I never hope to see again in my entire life. But believe you me, although the scene out there was worthy of one from hell, the hand of the devil had no part in it. It was mankind alone, man with his absurd wars.
In other words, in your opinion, the devil had nothing to do with Anselmo's death.
That's what I just said, my dear friend. In times like these, we should keep up more of a guard against our neighbours than against Satan himself. And besides, it doesn't make any sense to smash a poor monk's skull with a 200-pound censer, not even for the devil incarnate.
I have no more questions about Anselmo.
I have no more questions about Anselmo. Does that mean you're interrogating me?
You're my friend, but you're also a monk at this abbey. It's nothing personal.
Ah, well, in that case...
Do you know anything about the alleged phantom in the library?
Yes, the majority of the Brotherhood is pretty upset about it.
But you're not.
The only things that upset me are the phantoms people see after chewing on certain plants. Although...
Do you want to add something?
Anselmo claimed to have seen him a few times. We're not talking about some ignoramus. Anselmo was a well-educated person. I don't understand why he said those things.
Maybe he really did see him.
Do you think so?
I believe in the power of reason. Sometimes people see things that their minds want to see. Anselmo saw something in the library. Whether it was a ghost or not is of little significance at the moment. You supply Martin with spices, don't you?
Yes, from time to time for his seasonings. He just stopped by this morning. Why do you ask, Leonardo?
Oh, no particular reason. I spoke with him recently and somehow we broached the subject.
I think he's great. Say, do you already know what's on the menu today? I hope your visit is occasion enough for something delicious.
He's cooked a soup.
Soup? Oh, well, whatever. I should have known when he asked me for oregano and thyme. But it doesn't matter. Martin cooks very tasty soups. I've got nothing to complain about.
I must go, Eladio.
What's the hurry?
I must serve the interests of the abbot. Please understand that.
Of course. I was only looking forward to talking some more with you.
We still have time left for that, my dear friend. Don't you worry. According to the legend, the Virgin Mary appeared at precisely this spot. Since then, there's been water beneath here, something which, in a purely physical sense, is utterly impossible where we are. The brothers must be very grateful to the Madonna. It would be an arduous grind for them to carry water up onto these cliffs. This is Bruno, my novice. So, blood, huh?
Blood? Red ink? How should I know?
That's what it's all about, Bruno. Knowing as much as possible.
Master, let me do it.
Come on, Bruno. I'm sure the bucket is bigger than you are. How are you going to be able to get it up here full of water? Don't be childish.
I'm not a child. Let me do it. Help, Master. Help me. Please.
I warned you. You're much too impulsive. You deserve it.
I only wanted to help, Master.
It's enough when you don't touch a thing and speak only when I tell you to. That's all the help I need from you. I hope your interlude in the well helps you spend some thought on that.
What? Do you intend to leave me down here?
Only as long as necessary, Bruno.
But... Master?
Is the water drinkable?
I don't know. I didn't have enough time to... Don't laugh, Master. Get me out of here.
Can you climb out by yourself?
If I could, I would have done it already. I need your help.
Do you have any idea how I can get you out of the well?
Quickly, if that's possible. Otherwise, I'll catch cold.
I'll find a way to get you out. Stay right there.
What does that mean? Stay right there. Where shall I go? As a pilgrim on St. James's Way.
Can you hear me, Bruno?
Yes. The acoustics down here are fabulous.
Listen very closely. I'm going to let a rope down. Hold on to it tightly if you can. And don't forget to bring the bucket up with you. Did you understand me?
Yes. Hurry, please.
Good. It's on the way.
Thank you, Master.
Bruno,
Yes?
what about the bucket?
Please don't be angry with me.
I knew this was going to happen. Oh, what's the point? It can't be helped. Come on. You can't very well walk around here dripping wet. We'll go to the cell to dry you off.
I've already changed clothes, Master.
He just keeps dripping and dripping. Everything's going to get wet. Bruno has already changed clothes.
What are you doing, Master?
I'm getting water from the well. What you were supposed to do. Brother Marcello is the illustrious librarian and eminent guardian of the rules. Brother.
Yes?
Can't you make an exception for me?
That would be unpermissible. It would be against the rules. I'm sorry, brother, but I believe I put it clearly.
Ah, a copyist. Remember how you had me write down? I must use my brain to think once. I had to write it down 100 times.
Tell me, Brother Marcello, what requirements must my novice fulfill to be accepted as an apprentice copyist?
Your novice? Are you talking about this novice?
Yes, he belongs to your order. Indeed, that's the very reason his father, the Count of Capra Negra, entrusted him to me. His dream is to become a magnificent copyist at the Abbey. Isn't that right, Bruno? Isn't that right, Bruno?
Huh. Yes.
Well,
there's no rule that prohibits an apprentice from being allowed to enter the second floor, is there?
true, there isn't.
Fabulous, brother. He's going to become an accomplished copyist. Tell me, please, what does my novice need in order to be accepted as an apprentice copyist?
Well then, he has to copy a page from a book. The first page of Hortus Tuus. Naturally, the copy must be a translation into Latin, because the original was written in Greek.
Hortus Tuus, you say?
It's a work about botany, a tract on medicinal plants.
That's a good title. Where can I get that book?
Speak with Godfrey, my assistant. He'll get it for you.
Master, am I really going to become a copyist?
It would be better for you if you did, because if you don't make the grade, we'll never be let into the scriptorium.
I'm going to become the best copyist in our order. I'll be greater than Beatus de Labana. People are going to cry when they look at my miniatures.
Oh yes, cry they will, Bruno. I don't doubt that.
What do you mean by that?
Forget it. May I ask you a few questions about Anselmo?
I know what the abbot has given you to do. You can ask what you like about Anselmo.
What do you think about Anselmo? Do you have to think about that, brother?
Yes, I wanted to describe Anselmo in a single sentence, but I think it's impossible for me to do it.
I don't understand you.
Look, brother, I don't know if you know this. Perhaps you've already spoken about Anselmo with someone else from the Abbey. Doesn't matter. I'd swear on a stack of Bibles that all of them are going to tell you about his unacceptable arrogance.
What is that supposed to mean? Unacceptable.
All right. Perhaps I went too far when I described his attitude as unacceptable, but a bit of modesty would have gotten him more respect from the other brothers.
How did the attitude you're referring to manifest itself?
Oh, that! He boasted about how well-read he was. Oh, yes, he always corrected other brothers when they pronounced something wrong, or he reproached them sharply when they didn't know something like a psalm or a historical detail. Oh, do you know what I mean?
Very well.
I don't believe that his intentions were completely wrong. Not everyone here has the same level of education. You'll grasp that when you speak with Egidio, for example. As I said, the reprehensible thing wasn't his intention. It was the way he behaved. On the other hand, he visited the library often. He constantly tried to increase his knowledge. That's to his credit. It would be nice if the common folk had the same thirst for knowledge.
If he were perhaps granted access to the library.
What? Are you joking?
The abbot implied that Anselmo's death could have been something other than a coincidence.
He said that to me. Indeed he did.
And what's your opinion about that?
I don't know what I should say. I don't believe that one of our brothers would deliberately be out to kill a fellow brother.
That makes sense. It would be against the rules.
Yes, against all the rules. That's the point. I presume that the abbot has also mentioned something to you that you shouldn't take lightly.
Are you referring to the idea that the devil feels at home in the abbey?
This is a serious topic, brother. We all know that evil has been wreaking havoc all over this unfortunate world since time began. But of all places, why here at this humble abbey?
Evil does not distinguish between one place and the next.
Oh, that's certainly true. But if so many wars, attacks, lootings, and rapes are taking place outside, isn't it logical that he would prefer to reign like that, and not within these walls?
A good theory.
To be honest, yet without wanting to contradict the abbot, I must tell you that I do not share his opinion.
If that's the case, what do you think about Anselmo's death?
I don't know what I should think. But it's not my task to root around in such matters. I serve our Lord by looking after the library.
What kind of material did Anselmo usually look for in the library?
Anything he could make use of. Oh, his thirst for knowledge knows no bounds. Despite his work as a gatekeeper, he constantly came to the library to study manuscripts.
Without a doubt, he was trying to undermine the hierarchy at the abbey. Did he ask for particular titles?
No, I don't remember any particular one, though once.
Yes?
I can't recall exactly what subject it dealt with, but it still strikes me that I had to refuse his request.
Why?
How should I put it? Some books are not allowed to be lent out. That's why access to the library archives is limited to Gottfried and me.
How did Anselmo react to the refusal?
I don't remember anymore. I suppose he attached the same importance to the subject that I did. Namely, none at all. I presume he simply asked out of curiosity.
We should let Anselmo rest in peace, brother. Would you be able to give me some information about the library?
As you like.
To which works does the library owe its fame?
The library's fame basically stems not only from the work our copyists do, but also from our zeal towards collecting, archiving, and publishing a large number of books. As far as I know, you won't be able to set your eyes on a collection like this at any other abbey.
Are there really that many?
Thousands of them!
I'm impressed. Tell me something about your work.
The post carries a lot of responsibility. As you can imagine, in an abbey like this, it's one of the most important jobs. It requires a great deal of dedication and hard work to get to be a librarian. And once you get there, it means investing even more time and effort. You have to archive, catalog, restore, preserve.
I get the point. Do you like it?
Of course I do. Alongside the love of our Lord, the reading matters and studies are the two reasons I get up each day, ready to forge ahead. Ooh,
I love being surrounded by books, the smell of ink, and of my brother copyists who know how to value the significance of simply bound pages. I love this work.
Tell me something about the library archives.
I assume you're not only talking about the books that can be accessed freely.
Indeed, I'm not. The abbot made a remark that some books are not accessible.
Some books? Hundreds of them!
And why is it not allowed to consult those books?
Our library holds ancient and unique as well as particularly precious works of art that might be damaged by wrongful use. It is our duty to preserve these precious works and take good care of them.
But isn't it a shame to keep them shut away like this? Wouldn't it be a noble gesture to make them accessible?
That is forbidden by the rules.
There seems doubtless every reason to be grateful for your endeavors in preserving art and objects of cultural value. I'm sure I could appreciate your efforts even more if I were granted permission to view some of those works with my own eyes.
Do not let that be of any concern to you, Brother Leonardo. We have countless further, freely accessible works that will most assuredly satisfy you.
But how am I to browse those works if you deny me access to the library upstairs?
My assistant and I have access. Simply choose a tome from the index and ask Gottfried to get it for you.
Where can the index be consulted?
Well, go to the lower floor and head down the stairs to the tall archway.
Yes, I get the point. I think I've gotten the information I wanted. Thank you kindly, brother. You're surely the best one to fill me in on the rumors circulating about the library.
Rumors? Bah! You mean that gossip.
Are the rumors true?
Anselmo trumpeted that around everywhere. That is, before he died, naturally.
Do you really believe that a phantom is haunting the library?
Brother, life at our abbey doesn't offer much variety. It's normal that brothers invent stories to break up the daily routine. What I don't consider normal is that they emulate the common folk with their absurd tall tales. Tales that barely reach the level of ignorant folklore.
In other words, you don't believe them. If it's not a phantom, could we be dealing with a person?
I don't know if you're aware of this, brother, but the library is locked up each night. It is simply impossible to remain here unnoticed and move around in the library freely as one could in the cloisters in the daytime.
Someone could try to force the door?
It would be noticed the next day, and I can assure you it has never happened.
Through some window?
Through a window? Like a lizard, perhaps? Tell me, brother, who? 80-year-old brother Arcadio? Gottfried? Who can't even run? Egidio? Provided he's sober that day. Sure. Listen closely. No one, absolutely no one, enters the library at night. I would know it. And besides, if it happened, the rules would come down on him like...
Like a censor?
Yes.
Do you know anything about your predecessor? I mean, the librarian who died here.
You mean the librarian who committed suicide, according to those harebrained rumors?
Wasn't that what happened?
Of course not. What soul devoted to God would do something like that? And even more so at the Abbey.
According to the rumors?
According to the Abbey's archives, if you will, our chronicles inspire more faith than foolish gossip does. My predecessor was a victim of an unfortunate accident. He burned to death.
Burned to death?
That is what is written in the archives. After having locked up the library, it seems he took such a bad fall that the oil lamp he was carrying broke. He realized that his habit had caught fire, tried to... well, you can imagine the rest.
I don't know what to think about that.
You're an educated, intelligent person. Leave the gossip aside and put your faith in what has been written.
Do you think we could change the subject?
It seems right to me. The subject is truly ridiculous.
Thank you for your time, brother. the librarian's assistant. Brother Godfried.
What? Have you solved the mystery already?
Mystery? I thought Anselmo's death was an accident.
Well, yes. But are you sure?
If that were the case, then I wouldn't have to investigate any further. Don't you agree?
That sounds logical.
But now to our matter at hand. Brother Marcello told me you have a book I just happened to be looking for. The Hortus Tuus.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't give it to you.
For God's sake, this is becoming a habit.
Beg your pardon?
Doesn't it occur to anyone at this pontified abbey that they might work with me a bit in this unfortunate matter? First I'm denied entry to the library due to the strict rules. Now I'm not even allowed to consult a simple book about plants. What am I supposed to do? Regard everyone as suspicious?
I don't have it.
Ah, then who has it?
Brother Arcadio, the gardener. I know that because he just asked me for it yesterday.
Do you know where Brother Arcadio is?
I think you might find him in the cloister garden.
Is the exam to become a copyist very difficult?
Well, a bit, yes. I think one could say the exam is pretty difficult. Brother Marcello is very strict about the copies made here. Sometimes he rejects copies because they don't do justice to the library's reputation.
Did you hear that, Bruno? Do you still think you'll be greater than Beatus de Liebana? Where can I get red ink?
Red ink? Oh, in the scriptorium, a second floor.
Thank you. It seems I will have to pull out all the stops in order to get into the scriptorium. Go on. You're doing excellent work.
Thank you.
Once again, a good day to you, brother.
Again? Do I know you?
You call a plant Clotilde?
Yes. Do you have any objection to that, young man?
None at all, brother. However, it does seem unusual to me that you're giving a plant a name.
I see you don't know much about plants. They can listen and even talk. Watch this. Greet the guests, Clotilde. Good, good. She's a bit shy, you know.
I can see that.
Whatever. What do you want from an old man like me, brother?
Godfried thought you have a book, the Hortus Tuus.
Of course. I've got it. I'm the gardener. At this abbey, who else would be able to have a book about plants?
A brother with a knowledge of herbs.
How bright of you.
It just so happens that I need the book and...
Oh, so lonely, Clotilde. So many years here, wilted, locked up in these cloisters. Poor Clotilde.
Listen, brother, the book.
Yes?
What do I have to do for you to give me the book? It's vital to my investigation.
Impossible. I need the book. It says there how I can help Clotilde.
But, brother...
Let's see what is more important. The investigation or Clotilde? Well...
The investigation? No doubt about it.
What does the book say about Clotilde's illness?
That she is very lonely. She needs a companion. It's a good book, isn't it? A bit of water at her side and my poor friend will go back to unfolding her colors in all her splendor.
I'll let you work in peace. Thank you for your time.
All right, it doesn't matter. Poor Clotilde.
Eladio?
It's great that you're here. How is the investigation going?
Hopefully it will do better tomorrow than it did today.
Is that right? Oh, well. Tomorrow you'll find all the answers, I'm sure of that. The way you always do.
You have to ask the right questions before you get the right answers.
Then ask away while we chat a bit, my friend.
Are you familiar with the so-called hortus tuus?
That's what this is all about. You're going to be the Order's new copyist, right? Oh, yeah.
Not me, Bruno.
He'd better put some effort into it. Marcello is a hard taskmaster.
It looks that way.
Hortus tuus was what you said, wasn't it? Yes, sure I'm familiar with it. Of course I am. That book is good for one thing and one thing only. For the exam to become a copyist.
Is that so bad?
Leonardo, a horror is what it is. Utter nonsense. I'm not surprised that the writer signed his name as anonymous. Any herbologist in the world would have told that author a thing or two.
You'll have to explain that to me.
Belladonna, for example, has a relaxing effect. But this book says that the reason for that is because it's reminiscent of a woman's figure. You get it? Belladonna.
A rather blatant simplification.
But that's not all. Something basic. Oh, here it is. Chamomile. As you know, it has a laxative effect.
Yes.
In the book, it's listed among the poisons. God help us. I'm against burning books, but this piece of work... Oh, what's the point? Are you familiar with the book by Dioscorides?
Yes. De Materia Medica, about plants and poisons.
Precisely. It truly is an amazing book, isn't it?
Do you have any bitterwood plants here?
Anyway, I have the seeds.
Excellent.
Let's see if it comes back to me again. There they are. Take them, Leonardo. Use as many as you like. But give me back the crock afterwards, all right?
Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on it as if it were yours.
Tell me one thing. Are these seeds for Arcadio?
Yes, they're for him.
I'm saying it because I once wanted to give him a few bitterwort seeds. You know the story, my poor Clotilde so all alone. But it was impossible for me to open the crock.
Why didn't you just give him the whole crock full?
If I can't open it, do you think Arcadio will manage to?
I must go, Eladio.
What's the hurry?
I must serve the interests of the abbot. Please understand that.
Of course. I was only looking forward to talking some more with you.
We still have time left for that, my dear friend. Don't you worry.
What are you doing, brother?
It doesn't concern you, all right?
The rule says that I'm the only one who can attend to the fire in the kitchen. Unless there was someone who knew how to handle fire. And believe me, brother, no one at this abbey is qualified to do that. I'm very sorry.
It's only going to be for a moment.
Brother, please.
If I could prove to him that there's someone at this abbey who knows how to handle fire, At the evening meal, I'll be able to determine if he's as good a cook as he seems. Martin?
What can I do for you, Brother Leonardo?
The soup you're cooking there smells, if you'll pardon me, heavenly.
Really?
Yes, I see that you're adding chicken bones and some spices. Not everyone takes so much trouble with such a simple dish as soup.
Could be, but I do. And by the way, in this case, I must share the compliment with Brother Eladio. He supplies me with the spices.
The appearance and aroma are incomparable.
I see you appreciate good cooking.
What shall I say? I've traveled quite a bit.
It's a pleasure to talk with a connoisseur.
That's kind, but connoisseur would be a mouthful.
Oh, don't be so modest, brother. You recognized a decent soup by its fragrance. I presume that you're able to sniff out the spices that were used, too.
If it weren't a sin, I'd bet my nose that it's thyme and oregano.
That's quite a nose you've got.
I wouldn't say so, but thanks all the same.
You do, you do. Only the abbot who loves good cuisine, no other, mind you, was able to sniff out the ingredients of my recipe.
Fair enough. Or not, I suppose.
I'll put all my faith in you, Brother Leonardo.
I'm very grateful. What time do you eat?
You'll have to wait till after Vespers, just like all the others. Why do you ask? Are you hungry? Oh, silly question. You've just arrived at the Abbey after a long journey. Of course you're hungry. In that case, I can make an exception.
No need to bother. To be honest, I'm not hungry. It was just out of curiosity.
I wouldn't say no to an apple or a piece of bread.
You're a part of this monastery, Bruno. It's about time you got used to that. You're not going to receive special treatment. Nothing more than the rest of the community.
Now, please don't be so strict with the boy, brother. To be honest, I do make exceptions when I see the need for them. The Lord has taught us that we should give food to the hungry and drink to the thirsty.
That's right.
He also taught us what gluttony is, didn't he, Bruno?
As you like. I am at your service. If you feel that your energy is dwindling and a snack might be the solution, then come to me. Brother Anselmo, may his soul rest in peace, used to like to.
Anselmo?
Lately, he stopped by often for something to eat. Apparently, the post of gatekeeper is rather strenuous.
I must go. Perhaps we can continue our conversation later.
I'd be delighted to get on with it, Brother Leonardo.
May I?
But of course! Anyone who is able to identify the spices in my soup by their fragrance has my complete confidence. Go right ahead, brother.
The water's boiling. I hope the hot water will melt the wax on the cork stopper so that I can open the crock. Perfect.
Very clever. Your reputation as a wise man is justified.
All you have to do is apply logic here. That's nothing special.
I'm going to make a note of what you did. It might be useful to me on some occasion.
I've brought you company for Clotilde.
Really? Let's have a look. Bitterwort seeds. How are you little ones getting along? Look, Clotilde, you don't need to be so sad anymore. Be good to them. Remember, you're the eldest here. You hear me? Have you seen that there's a solution for everything? Youngster, you keep an eye on that cough now. Talk to Eladio. He might have some kind of medicine for it.
Brother Arcadio. The book?
Book? We're in a garden, not the library.
You promised to give me Hortus Tuus in exchange.
I did?
Yes.
When? I don't recall. Although, at this age, who can remember anything anyway? Whatever. Here's the book. But be careful with it, you promise? I know how you youngsters treat books.
Don't you worry about a thing. I'll treat it with loving care.
Fine. And now, get out. Out!
Oh, the Hortus Tuus. Yes. Who's the Order's future copyist, then?
My acolyte. And I'd like to ask you
to translate the first page from Greek into Latin. That's why you brought along the book.
Yes. Would you do that for me?
All right. You can leave the book there and pick up the translation in a week.
In a week? Out of the question. I need the translation urgently.
And my stomach is growling. But I have to stay here until I'm finished with my work.
Do you have a lot to do?
Yes.
How much?
Enough to stay busy for 7 days.
Couldn't you fit me in somewhere in between?
No, out of the question. And you, boy, didn't you request a position as copyist? Why don't you do the translation?
Because
Because he only wants to be a copyist. You're the translator here.
7 days, the shelf is back there. You can take it or leave it.
I've noticed that the brothers concentrate very hard on their work. They barely take a break. The librarian must be rather strict with them. Brother Umberto.
Please, brother, be brief.
Have you any advice for my novice?
Brother Marcello would be the best man for that.
I presume that's the case, but I'm sure you'd be able to help my novice master the exam.
You're the master, and he's the disciple. I'm confident that you, as a good instructor, will find a way that works out for the best.
I hope I haven't taken up too much of your precious time.
Why do you say that?
Well, the questions seem to be making you uncomfortable.
To be honest, I'd rather continue with my work.
The abbot has entrusted me with the mission to try to clarify what happened to Anselmo.
I understand and respect the abbot's decisions. That's how it should be. But I hope you understand my brusqueness too. I have to finish translating this volume, even though I'm about to collapse. Work comes first at the library. You don't know what Brother Marcello is capable of when someone doesn't fulfill their duties.
About to collapse? Don't you feel well?
No, I'm starving. But I presume that's nothing that couldn't be remedied by a bite to eat.
I'll let you work in peace.
Goodbye. What are you doing? You can't do that, brother. I don't understand how.
I thought I had your complete confidence.
Yes, no, but what are you planning to do? If you want, I can give you a piece of bread if that helps calm your appetite.
I was thinking more of a little soup.
Impossible. The soup must be blessed by the abbot before it's eaten. And that won't take place before this evening. I'm serious. Wouldn't you like a little bread?
No. This is Bruno, my personal toothache. Bruno, come here. Bruno, I'd like to ask you to do something.
Do what, Master?
I need some of the soup that Martin is cooking.
But that's stealing.
Stealing? Do you think I'm some kind of thief?
Master,
Is this the thanks I get for all I've taught you? I take you with me everywhere I go, rescue you from a well, and now when I ask for your help, you turn me down.
But...
Have I ever undertaken anything that would have harmed you?
No, Master. You've taught me many things, and you've looked after me as if you were my own father. Although you have given me a few strokes of the switch.
I am your master, and as long as I remain that, you must do what I tell you.
You're right, and I'm grateful to you.
Then trust me, Bruno.
We're really not doing anything bad.
Surely.
And are you sure I won't go to hell for that?
Don't be afraid.
All right.
Come here. I'll explain to you what you have to do.
Brother Martin?
Yes? Yes, brother?
Did you know that I'm going to be a copyist?
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Wonderful.
Yes, it is. And I'm going to be greater than Beatus of Libana.
Slow down, brother. That's setting the yardstick a bit high. But perhaps you truly will be. Who knows? The ways of the Lord are unfathomable.
Well, I'm going to be a copyist.
Yes, you already said that.
I did? Greater than...
You already said that, too.
That too? Oh, well.
Do you know what, brother?
What?
We could join together and thank the Lord that you have come here and are going to become part of our community. Would you do that?
Gladly. I don't see why not.
Very good. Repeat after me. Springs.
Springs.
Very good. Springs, praise the Lord. Seas and rivers, praise the Lord.
Bruno, stop pestering Martin. We have to go.
Yes, Master.
Goodbye, boy.
Master, I feel dirty all over.
If you'd like, we can go back to the well. I see that there's a dearth of energy in the translation hall. Perhaps a little soup could make work more bearable.
That pot there is full of soup.
It is indeed. Martin did his very best.
Hand it over. Are you sure that Martin cooked it?
Why do you ask?
It has such a strange taste. Like plants. Like seeds. Well, whatever. Here, take it, and thanks very much. And now, if you'll excuse me.
Here is the hortus tuus. When can I pick up the translation of the first page?
In 7 days.
7 days? Is that your way of thanking me for all the trouble I went to?
Thanking you? If memory serves you, I already thanked you.
And I supplied you with food during working hours.
Ah, now I get it. That's the price I have to pay. Give your translation preference ahead of the other 40 I've got to do. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No one said a word about prices. We're not at the market.
Exactly. This is a library, one with a strict order of work to do, one which I respect, as do you.
I had merely hoped to see the gesture I made rewarded with one from you.
Is that right? What? Oh, all right. Give me that silly book. Let's see. There you are, the translation and the book. I hope we're quits now.
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
Then go. Now. I have a lot to do.
I thought the breaks from work would be spent in the cells. Brother Egidio. That's used to seal the keg.
Ha! Where? What? What time is it? I have to ring for Tessia prayers.
It could have fallen out of the nest or lost a wing when the stork was startled by Egidio ringing for tertia prayers. I'll take it with me. Gatekeeper, groom, and now gravedigger. Brother Egidio, I see you're busy. I won't steal much of your time.
I hope not.
Once you've had a break, there's nothing better than hard work, is there?
Yes, all right.
What are you doing now?
I'm piling earth on top of Brother Anselmo's grave. Yesterday the rain washed some of it away, and Anselmo deserves to have things comfy, doesn't he? He suffered enough.
Anselmo definitely would have thanked you.
I don't think so. It wasn't his style.
Is the former librarian buried beneath this soil? You know, the one with all the rumors about him.
No, that would be sacrilege. No one who commits suicide can be buried in consecrated soil. You should know that.
I do. I just wanted to be certain that the rumors are true. At least the ones about his death, they're true.
They are, brother, they are.
In that case, where was he buried?
I don't know that. Should I?
Yes, you should. Because you're not only the gatekeeper and stable groom, you're the gravedigger too. That is, unless my eyes deceive me.
Yes, well, but I don't know where that librarian has been buried. I don't even know where someone who commits suicide is supposed to be buried. And I hope I never find out.
I asked myself if I might be able to see Anselmo's cell.
Why?
Because I would very much like to see his cell, and you're the guardian of the keys. Only you can open the door for me.
I have a lot to do. We'll have to put it off till much later.
When is later?
I have no idea. I have to clean up the cemetery. All because of the rainstorm, I have to go back to the stables to take care of the animals, and I have other things to do I don't even know about yet. That's why I can't say when later is.
If you really had nothing to do with Anselmo's death, then you could accommodate me a bit. I find your refusal to help me rather suspicious.
I had nothing to do with Anselmo's death.
If that's the case, then do your work.
But I had nothing to do with Anselmo's death.
Yes, I heard you the first time. Just do what a gatekeeper is supposed to do. Open the gate.
All right. Follow me. You can go in if you like. I have a lot to do.
Not even a trace of some evidence. Why should I have to climb out through the window? Anselmo's buried there. His soul is resting in a better place now. There is nothing at all on this bed that merits a more intensive examination. Let's take a look at Brother Anselmo's last reading material. Solomon's Song of Songs.
What is it about?
About nothing at all, Bruno. Nothing at all. The Song of Songs. This little key was inside the book. Prepare yourself well. A copyist's life is nothing but hard work.
I'll do the best I can, Master.
Brother,
Yes?
my acolyte was trained as a copyist.
All right. Do you have the Hortus Tuus with you?
Yes, we've got it right here.
I assume that your acolyte will know how to translate that properly into Latin?
Yes. One could even say that Greek is my novice's second tongue.
I hope so, to the benefit of the library's archives. Does he have his quill with him?
Yes, a good quill, if I may say so.
Correct. I see that the child has what's necessary to pass the exam. The time has come to test your skills. Come with me, boy. All it takes is one glance to see that it's rather rudimentary. And I see that cleanliness is not one of your virtues, boy.
Huh?
You've also overlooked several details in the miniatures. Do you know what it means to be a copyist? I'm sorry, but I cannot accept that.
Unacceptable for a copyist? He's not an apprentice, I presume? What you're holding in your hands is obviously not on the same level of work as from someone who has worked here for years. I presume you'll make efforts to hone and polish his skills until the boy deserves to share in the fame of the copies made at this abbey.
All right, he's accepted. You can enter the scriptorium whenever you please, my boy.
The two of you can enter the scriptorium, is what you surely wanted to say.
What's that? Didn't I make myself sufficiently clear? The scriptorium is solely for the copyists in our order. The rules...
Yes, but Bruno is my acolyte, so you'll understand that he must go wherever I go, and vice versa. If he wishes to enter the scriptorium, then I'll escort him.
But the rule...
Just like you, I am bound to them.
I see we have a conflict here.
Not the slightest, brother. You have accepted my acolyte as a copyist, and, thanks to the rule that binds me to Bruno, I can enter the scriptorium with him.
I don't see that very clearly.
The rules are there to relieve us of the burden of always having to make the right decision. Your very words.
All right already. You can come into the scriptorium.
Come on, follow me. Behave yourself and don't touch a thing.
Yes, Master.
Take him as an example for what it means to be a copyist, Bruno.
Yes, Master. I'm going to be a great copyist, like Bayat.
Yes, Bruno, that's fine. You've said it before. Beatus de Liebana. Good day, brother.
Yes, it's almost perfect. Yes. Oh, I know you. Your brother Leonardo de Toledo.
I'm delighted that you know me. And you are?
I'm Thomas from Rotterdam.
May I introduce you to your new fellow brother? This is Bruno, my acolyte.
So that's how it is. Marcello asked for reinforcements, huh? Was the exam difficult?
No, I mean it was...
but I had help from... No, I mean it was... not really.
That's all right. This scriptorium is full of books just waiting to be copied. A little help is always welcome.
Bruno would appreciate it greatly if you could give him a few bits of advice for his new job.
Sure, I'd be glad to. How can I help you?
He wants to become greater than the Beatus de Liebana.
Greater? Be satisfied with reaching the level we've achieved, boy.
To learn a bit more about the profession.
If you've passed Brother Marcello's exam, I suppose I won't be able to give you much advice. I can tell you one thing, boy. It's a lot more than simple drudgery. It's an art, you know? Once you've copied a number of books, you realize how splendid literature is, how the ink influences the knowledge itself, sometimes in a subtle way and sometimes directly. Being a copyist puts you on a higher level than that of the other brothers. It makes you a creative person, you follow me? Naturally, it requires a lot of time and a lot of work, but it's worth it.
What does one get in return?
To become acquainted with the thoughts of great authors, the lives of the saints and martyrs, and to know how the world was before the arrival of our Lord. It's fascinating to read about classic Rome, ancient Greece, and pre-Christian cultures, not to mention the pleasure of reading and copying great works at the same time. For instance, here we have the Book of Apollonius. For me, the writing seemed to be simplistic and superficial, but there was also the sensation of moving through the pages he wrote, of seeing the traces other copyists had left behind. That's priceless. Do you follow me?
I follow you. I see you enjoy your work.
Oh, yes. Books are the source of knowledge. We can learn everything about life without ever taking our eyes off them. For example, did you know that in the Egyptian Empire they knew of an oil whose flame didn't go out when it was burnt?
Is that so?
Yes, St. Augustine wrote about it.
Well. In my opinion, one must also head out into the world to know what has not been written.
Really? I've heard that you've travelled a lot. What have your journeys taught you? Do you know how many ways there are for one soldier to kill another, or how leprosy consumes a person's flesh?
One never knows when it might be useful to know how to recognize the signs of evil. I hope Bruno will be a good copyist.
I hope so too.
What are you copying at the moment?
It's a tract about little-known minerals. It also refers to topics that can be found in other works, a point that manifests itself as one of the virtues of literature. It tells us that reading a book doesn't end on the last page. Isn't that marvelous? It's as if books talked to each other and reached agreements as to how they administrate the information. Do you follow me? You take care of this, I'll take care of that. You refer to me, and I'll refer to you.
Oh yes, I get the point. Which books do you use for reference?
Well, several works. For example, Orcurita is cited in the paragraph I'm copying at the moment. It's supposed to be a stone with, well, let's say unusual properties, yet no mention is made here of its mythological origins. Any reader would think that the stone exists in reality, but it's really nothing more than a legend.
Is that so?
Now, if you want to find out something about the Orcurita, I'd have to refer to the tract on alchemy by Abul Azreth. And although the tract is very informative, it's based primarily on speculation, which means if we want to learn more about the stone, then we could...
Pardon me, brother. I don't doubt for an instant that your narrative is terribly interesting, but at the moment I don't have the time for obscure stones and tracts on alchemy.
Orcurita. Orcurita.
Can you tell me anything about Anselmo?
Sure, I'd be glad to. You're investigating his death, aren't you?
I am, indeed.
I'm at your convenience.
Did he have some sort of enemy at the Abbey?
Enemy? What do you mean by that?
Are you familiar with the word friend?
Of course I am.
It's the opposite of that.
Not that I'd know of, no. Although, to be honest, he certainly tried hard enough. And anyway, we're all only human, you know? Who can say they're free of vices, know what I mean?
Yes, I think I know what you mean. There are rumors of this and that about his accident.
Oh yes, the idea that it happened because a rope was frayed probably isn't exciting enough, is it?
Do you have a different theory?
I don't know. I wasn't at the Abbey when the tragedy occurred. But the way I see it, the bell tolled Anselmo's last hour. It's that simple.
Was he very old?
Not at all. He was younger than you. But no one ever knows when death is going to come for us. Perhaps his clock ran a bit fast.
Brother, do you find it amusing that a brother of your community had to die a horrid death?
No, you're right. I was a bit macabre. It's just that Anselmo, well, he was...
Yes, I know. He wasn't very popular at this abbey. Do you think the devil could have had something to do with his death?
The devil? Well, why should the devil occur to me? Something like the Prince of Darkness must be accorded respect, just like any other enemy.
That would be all for the moment. I'll let you get on with your work.
It was a pleasure to meet you. Fine. Where was I? Oh yes, here.
It looks just like the rope from the censer.
I'm not sure, Bruno, but keep in mind, we're in the scriptorium. What could we find here except for ink, books, paper and quills?
Yes, but...
All that is insignificant now. The chain of events has led us here. That's why I feel it's important for us to examine this desk.
I still think the stain is the same.
Sometimes an X can mark a certain place. In this case, it's an ink mark. No one's using it. This lock secures the desk. I won't be able to open it without having the key in my possession first. Let's see where the ink mark has led us.
What's inside there, Master?
Nothing except an ink pot and a parchment with a simple drawing.
Brother Leonardo, we're locking up.
Gottfried, what brings you here?
Oh, what have you got there?
Nothing. Tell me, Gottfried, Anselmo was the gatekeeper, wasn't he?
Yes, of course he was.
If that's the case, then why did he have the key to this desk in his possession? As far as I know, only copyists are allowed to be here.
Oh, hasn't anyone told you?
Told me what?
Anselmo was a copyist before he became gatekeeper.
Is that right? It's the first I've heard of it.
Oh, how should I put it? The Abbey caught wind of his attitude toward the rest of his brothers and decided that, which way can I put it? He had earned a lesson in humility.
I see. Is there perhaps anything else you've forgotten to tell me?
No. Nothing I know of.
Are you sure?
Please excuse me, brother, but the bell has already rung for Vespers.
All right. We'll talk about this again some other time.
That Gottfried is a bit odd.
Yes. There are too many mysteries to this matter. Let's go, Bruno. We must prepare for the evening meal. Today, I was invited to dine at the abbot's table.
And now, Brother Leonardo, how is your investigation coming along?
To be honest, it's not easy for me to cast any light on the matter.
I see. You've been carrying out investigations the whole day and haven't found a thing. Anselmo should never have died, and nothing would please me more than closing this chapter. Do you get my point?
That's precisely what I wanted to talk about with you.
About Anselmo's death?
No, about chapters and books. If you would allow me to enter the library, I could...
This is Nicholas, our blacksmith. Perhaps he can tell you something interesting about the frankincense censer.
I hadn't had the pleasure of making his acquaintance yet. I don't think he was in the Abbey today.
He was on the road for several days.
Oh, that's interesting.
I can't believe my eyes! You're Leonardo del Toledo? The famous Leonardo del Toledo?
Descriptions like that are enough to make you blush.
Oh, I hope I haven't upset you.
Quite the contrary. I'm simply not accustomed to such compliments.
Oh, you're joking, aren't you? Your fame precedes you. Then, well, suddenly, you're right in front of me. Oh, Brother Leonardo del Toledo at our Abbey. Oh, how should I put it? I'm finally getting to meet you. Say, you're surely here because of what happened with Anselmo, right? Such a sad thing. Oh well, sad for some. Others couldn't stand him. Mind you, no one wished he would die, did they? After all, we're all brothers of Christ, who was also murdered, as I just recall.
Yes, but he died to save us. We don't know the reason for Anselmo's death yet.
That's my opinion too.
Somehow that doesn't come as a surprise. You're the blacksmith at the Abbey, aren't you?
That's right. Nicholas is my name. If you need anything, just tell me. Fact is, I'd be very grateful if you did. My goodness, Brother Leonardo del Toledo actually asking me for something. It would be an honor.
I haven't asked for a thing yet.
It's true. I'm deeply touched.
The abbot told me you haven't been at the Abbey for the last few days.
Yes?
May I ask the reason why?
Of course you can. I'd need materials. You know the story. You can't find iron among rocks. Get it? Iron among rocks? Oh.
Yes, that's quite witty.
I've questioned other smithies in the area about the broken frankincense censer.
But the accident could have happened because the rope didn't bear the weight, couldn't it?
Yes, among other things. Well, tell me, brother, what is the right decision? I mean, would you have done the same? I mean, well, how should I put it? As an expert, I'd like to hear your opinion.
Yes. Whenever a crime has been committed, examining the weapon involved is a good starting point for any further course of action, provided it was a crime.
Oh!
Oh my, it's gotten late.
Oh right, yes, you must be exhausted. What do you think of continuing our discussions tomorrow? We could exchange impressions. I could report on the conversations with other blacksmiths. I've got so many questions to ask you.
Tomorrow actually will be the day for questions, and you too shall have to answer some.
Bruno, come on, wake up!
Did you leave the cell last night?
I don't know. I think so. I had to go to the loo. I think.
I get the point. When you came back, you locked the door with a key, didn't you?
Key? What key?
How could you let that happen?
Let what happen, Master?
What's wrong, you ask? What's wrong? Someone's stolen the parchment from us. Most likely Godfrey took it and now he has disappeared too. And it's all your fault.
Haven't you found anything yet?
It's a complicated matter.
Have you any explanation for Godfrey's disappearance?
I have to investigate the matter.
Which means the wise and famous Leonardo del Toledo has found out nary a thing.
Brother Leonardo, one monk has died and another has disappeared. I do not think it necessary to ask you to treat this matter with urgency.
Father, you know that in my opinion, this matter should be placed with the authorities in charge.
Brother, The last thing we need in these dark hours is to have the name of our abbey on the lips of all Christianity. It is of the utmost urgency that you find Gottfried.
I'll start looking immediately.
Your reputation is hanging on a slender thread, Brother Leonardo. Don't forget that.
We're off, Bruno. If Eladio is here, the hospital ought to be closed for the time being. Eladio?
Leonardo, has there been news of Gottfried yet?
No, not yet.
I fear the worst has happened, Leonardo. It's odd when a brother is not where he's supposed to be. We keep to a strict schedule here for every hour of the day.
He'll turn up, I'm sure. I thought you were in the hospital. What are you doing here?
It occurred to me that Marcello received several books on medicine last week, and I came by to consult them. They're relatively up to date and could be very useful to me for reference, at least this one here.
I presume it's going to be better than the Hortus Tuus.
Don't talk to me about that abomination, which I've heard can be found again in the library. I've asked Marcello to hand out the book only when it's for the copyist's exam.
What made you do that?
As a work of reference, it's ominous and inaccurate. What's more, I'm very worried about Brother Arcadio's preoccupation with that book. It's not good when the gardener tends to base his work more on a book wrapped up in fiction than on one with a serious basis. Wouldn't you say so?
You've got all the right reasons. Is there any particular reason why you're consulting that book?
Various ones. The book expands on the work done by Al-Razi, a Persian doctor and philosopher. Don't you remember that I used to talk about him a lot?
I recall that you were obsessed with him, yes.
For a good reason. He discovered sulfuric acid and ethanol. To top it off, he supplied details on the Rhamnus persiana and its effect as a laxative, as well as information on the ephedrines we use here due to their decongestive effect. In addition to that, he put an end to the constant debate about using snuff as a soporific. If you ask me, that was obvious, but you know how us doctors are. We can't resist questioning other people's work.
Did you say soporific?
Oh yes, if you mix it with other substances, it becomes a potent and safe means of inducing sleep. It's all explained in the book.
I hope it helps you with your work.
Well, yes. The truth is, that book was like finding an extraordinary treasure trove.
Do you know where Gottfried might be?
I haven't the slightest idea, Leonardo. All I know is that several brothers are slowly getting fairly nervous, and to be honest, I am too.
Ah, you're busy. I think I'd better go.
Don't worry, Leonardo. Is there anything you need?
I'm very grateful to you. Thanks to him, Bruno was able to pass the exam to become a copyist. Brother Umberto?
Brother Leonardo. But, my God, what a disaster. Now I'll have to start all over again.
I'm sorry. I didn't intend to startle you. Allow me to help.
No, don't trouble yourself.
But
give that to me. Thank you, brother. You can head on now. I've a lot to do.
that parchment there.
Parchment? Which parchment?
The parchment I just held in my hand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Open the book and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Book? What book? Look, brother, I have no time for games. Devote your time to clearing up murders. That's your bailiwick.
I will get my hands on that manuscript.
Whatever you say. Off with you. I'm busy. I must finish the work, because it's going to be time to eat soon and my stomach's going to start to growl like a... Did you hear that? I'm terribly hungry. And thanks to you, I won't eat until later.
Master, did you notice?
Yes, Bruno. That was the parchment we had in the room.
He doesn't want to give it to us.
We'll find a way to recover it. Don't worry. The brother copyist seems to be absorbed in his work. Brother Thomas, do you have a minute?
Certainly, Brother Leonardo, I do. I do.
Has Brother Godfried made an appearance here?
Appearance?
Whether you've seen Godfried anywhere around here?
Oh, no, I haven't seen him.
I ask myself where he could be. A monk doesn't vanish into thin air that suddenly.
I hope he comes back soon. We're lost without a librarian's assistant. We need someone to fetch us the volumes.
Of course.
Brother Marcello could appoint a brother as temporary library assistant until Godfried comes back. Don't you think so?
I think you'll do just fine without Godfried until he comes back.
Fine. Like I just finished telling you, it's only until Godfried returns.
I must find Brother Godfried. Goodbye.
Are you leaving already?
Yes. I intended to.
I wanted to tell you something because you're such a wise man.
Now. Don't exaggerate, brother.
It's a somewhat...
Can't it wait until Godfried reappears? I must find him and...
Godfried will turn up. It will only take a few minutes of your time.
Does it have to do with Godfried?
No.
In that case, we'll talk about it later.
But, Brother Leonardo, it will just take a moment. Can't you...
Really, I have to go.
I'll be brief. I'll be brief. I know you're here because of Anselmo, and I don't want to keep you from your mission. That's why...
You said you were going to be brief.
Oh, yes. Yes, I will.
What's your opinion of the Occurita? I thought it was important.
Yes, it's important. Tell me, what do you think about the Occurita?
Are you talking about the stone that's created via alchemy? The one that holds the key to making...
The Philosopher's Stone.
It's nothing more than a myth, the same as the Occurita.
I've been researching, and I found out that it's feasible to make Occurita out of various minerals. Now comes the wonderful part. They're minerals that can be found practically everywhere. Isn't that marvelous?
Brother, the church took a long time before it acknowledged alchemy.
Naturally, faith holds priority over reason. I know. And?
You shouldn't put the Holy See to the test. Alchemy may have a number of uses, but making miracles is not one of them. Both of us know who can do that.
Yes, of course.
Let me give you a piece of advice, Brother Thomas. Please forget the subject and come back to Earth.
But in the end...
That's all. I have to go now.
All right, but say, couldn't you stay just a bit longer? I've already told you that you're such a wise man and...
No.
Stop! Don't move an inch!
What's wrong?
I'm mopping the floor.
Ah. I thought you were in the kitchen.
Yes, I should be. But someone's got to mop here. It was Brother Egidio's turn, but if he had enough to do before, then you can imagine what it's like now, now that he has to replace Brother Anselmo. That's why we other brothers have offered our help. That's how it should be, don't you think so?
That's what your order says. Have you seen Godfrid?
Oh, he hasn't turned up here. Do you want me to let you know when I see him?
Yes, please. I'd like to talk to him. I'll keep looking for Godfrid.
Don't worry. He'll turn up.
I hope so. Gravestones in bad condition. That's all I can find here, apart from cobwebs and dust. The pool of blood is fairly fresh. It's blood. I don't need to touch it to know that. Why? Godfrid.
Is he...
Calm down, Bruno.
He's dead. Someone's killed Godfrid. He's dead.
No, Bruno. Wait. Have you examined the corpse?
Yes, I've just finished.
And what do you say?
The cause of death is obvious enough. Come over and take a look.
Godfrid was killed using a blunt object. I'm not sure if it was a piece of wood or some kind of tool, but that's not the key factor.
Are you sure? I mean, the killer is here in the Abbey, am I right?
Yes, most likely.
Let's assume that he was struck with a pan. Accordingly, the murderer would be...
Anyone who entered the kitchen to get a pan. No, Eladio, that's much too straightforward. The body was hidden behind an old door. That shows the attack wasn't planned, and that the killer, after having tried in vain to hide the evidence, fled from the scene of the crime, quickly and frightened. It could be that he never even had the intention to kill Godfrid.
You see, Leonardo, no matter how hard we try to be saints and devote our life to prayer, we can't shed our brute instincts. Here we have the proof.
I've never encountered anyone in my whole life who bashed in a monk's skull simply because their brute instincts forced them to. I assure you, this killer had his reasons.
With or without a motive, it's clear that we are all victims of our sins.
No, my friend. In this case, the victim is that dead brother over there, not his murderer. But perhaps we weren't referring to this case at all, were we?
You're talking like when we were back in the seminary, Leonardo.
Indeed I am. But the world has hardly changed since then, too. It's all remained the same. It's a pity that everyone already knows that Godfrid is dead.
What makes you say that?
The killer is still amongst us, and he knew that the body would be discovered sooner or later. He was most certainly prepared for the point in time when the body was first discovered, but not for the fact that the day would go by without someone finding it.
How ingenious, Leonardo.
My intention was to look for a brother who acts nervous and is easily startled. Someone on their guard.
But you didn't reckon with the easily impressionable youngster you got under your wing.
Well,
Was Gottfried very popular at the Abbey?
All I can tell you is, it wasn't a problem.
Different from the case with Anselmo.
Do you think there's a connection between the two murders?
Yes, I'm sure.
One thing is clear. Gottfried was murdered. I can't say the same about Anselmo.
And yet, don't you find it strange that both things occurred in such a short period of time?
That's not nearly enough for a theory, Leonardo.
That might be, or it might not be. I must go, Eladio.
It's going to be a long day, isn't it, my friend?
It already is. What do you know about poisons?
Only the basics, and I'm not an expert either. I'm familiar with some of the very potent ones like belladonna. Why do you ask? Do you feel like poisoning somebody, Leonardo?
No, but you know how inquisitive I am. And besides, being familiar with belladonna's therapeutic properties could be useful one day. You never know. When we found Gottfried, that was the first time you had ever seen a corpse, wasn't it?
how did you know that?
By the way you reacted, of course.
Well, all right. But one time, I could have watched a relative of mine die in peace. That wouldn't have been anything at all like what we saw when we found the body with the head lying there split open. Oof, that was awfully hard to...
It truly pleases me no end that you find it less of a hardship to watch members of your family die. I'll grant you that.
Oh, gee. You need that book?
Yes. Why?
Because Brother Eladio has been consulting the book. I was told to collect it and return it to the archives. That is, if you're not going to use it.
I would have thought copyists don't take care of tasks like that.
Well, yes, that's true. You haven't heard, have you? Brother Marcello has appointed me to be assistant librarian.
Congratulations. I see they don't waste any time here.
Are you looking for Brother Godfrey's killer in a book about plants?
I'm trying to, but it seems that anything to do with the library is a constant trial of an investigator's patience. I don't tell you how to do your work, don't tell me how to do mine.
As you like. What are you doing here? Don't you have any shelves to be put in order?
Yes, brother.
Then get to it, now! You're not the only one who's capable of replacing Godfrey.
Eladio has been consulting this book. Let's see. It's a tract on medicinal herbs. Here is the formula that Eladio told me about. I'll copy it so that I don't forget it. Snuff, a leaf of belladonna, thyme, distill it all. Finished. Now I've got the formula. Unfortunately, it's not the same as mixing herbs, is it, Eladio?
You're right about that, my friend.
Listen, Eladio.
Yes?
Where can I get some belladonna?
I have a bit of the extract here in some of the vials.
No, I need a whole leaf.
Then you'll have to ask Arcadio for one.
Arcadio? Does Arcadio grow belladonna?
Sure. What kind of plant do you think Clotilde is?
Well, I thought it was a bitter word.
Leonardo, old friend, your knowledge of botany is rather weak, to put it mildly.
Well,
Take my word for it. If you want some belladonna, then talk to Brother Arcadio. But be careful, it's very toxic.
I must go, Eladio.
It's going to be a long day, isn't it, my friend?
It is already. It's nothing more than a simple mortar.
You're mistaken, Leonardo. I've had it since I was a seminarian.
Haven't you ever thought of replacing it?
Would you replace that old broken-down compass you always have with you?
I don't really know.
Neither do I.
Thyme. It smells lovely. I'll take a little. There are different tools for gardening.
Hey, what are you doing? Out! Get out!
Brother Arcadio is the oldest monk at the Abbey. Good day, Brother Arcadio. Good day, Brother Arcadio. Good.
All right already. I heard you the first time.
I see you've used the seeds I brought you yesterday.
These seeds? You're wrong. A youngster gave them to me yesterday.
That boy was me.
I repeat, don't you think I would recall the person who brought me Clotilde's friends?
This tool, is it yours?
Yes, and do me a favor while you're here. Take the sickle over to Brother Segundo so that he can sharpen it. I'd go myself, but you're young and lighter on your feet than I am. You'll get it done faster, won't you?
Will do, brother. But to Brother Segundo, he's the prior.
To Brother Segundo? What's wrong? Are you deaf?
You surely meant Brother Nicholas.
To Nicholas? Why?
Well, because he's the blacksmith.
Why doesn't anyone ever tell me anything? I'm going to have to exchange a few words with the abbot. And I mean it. Go on, take the sickle and go. Off with you, go.
Fair enough. I'll take the sickle there to have it honed. Brother Arcadio?
Youngster?
I suppose you've already heard the bad news.
Bad news?
Gottfried.
Ah, Gottfried, the gatekeeper.
No, that was Anselmo.
Anselmo, God rest his soul. What happened to Gottfried?
He was murdered.
Murdered, eh? I knew it. Clotilde did too. There's evil lurking in this monastery, and soon we'll all succumb to it. Yes, mark my words. Keep your eyes peeled, my boy. The devil can be anywhere. High up in the belfry, in the stables, anywhere.
It wasn't the work of...
What wasn't it? I've just told you, sonny. Get away from Nuestra Señora de la Natividad as fast as you can. No one's safe here.
But
Didn't you hear me? Flee from here before it's too late! Get out! Go!
Brother Arcadia?
Youngster?
Do you grow any belladonna in your garden?
I'd love to, if I were only 50 years younger.
I'm referring to the plant.
Ah. I remember when I was young. I spent the whole day thinking about women, just like you. I was a real heartbreaker. Pity about the habit.
Brother Arcadio.
I still recall Margarita, the baker's daughter. Oh, that was what I call a woman.
Brother Arcadio!
What a pair of...
Brother Arcadio!
Yes, Sonny? What's wrong?
I wanted to know if you had any belladonna.
I'd love to, if I were only 50 years younger.
It doesn't matter. Forget it. I have to go, Brother Arcadio.
Whatever you say, youngster. It was a pleasure to meet you. It's always refreshing to meet new people.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Now, off with you. Off.
Master?
Yes, Bruno, I'm coming.
That's what was used to kill Gottfried, wasn't it?
Yes, no doubt about it.
It's a gravedigger's tool. Egidio is the killer.
It's more important that you keep your mouth shut and use your head. It seems to be full of charcoal. It's sealed tight. I'm sure I can find a little bit of charcoal somewhere else. This vat contains gunpowder? It's locked. A bellows in good condition. They're a bit dented. That would be normal for other blacksmiths, but with Nicholas, that surprises me. As carefully and meticulously as he works, he would have taken care of that long ago. It's full of charcoal. Nicholas seems to be quite talented with a hammer and anvil. He's the youngest monk at the Abbey. I hope Bruno will get along well with him. Nicholas?
Brother Leonardo, how are the investigations coming along? Any idea who the killer might be? Do you have any leads?
Easy, take it easy. There's a time and a place for everything.
Sure, if I can help you with something.
Tell me the reason for your trip.
I don't think that's important.
You never know.
Whatever you say. I rode to the village because Segundo the Prior wanted me to buy coal for the smithy.
Do you travel a lot?
Every once in a while. I have to go down to the village a few times a month.
I see.
I don't know what you're driving at.
And how long do you stay away for?
Normally I spend the night in the village and come back the next day. Village priest from San Crispin lets me stay overnight at his place.
Didn't you ever have any mishaps en route?
Mishaps? No, except that Egidio once gave me the worst horse at the Abbey. It was as stubborn as a mule, and I had to keep feeding it the whole way to get it to move. It was just awful. I thought I'd never get there. I hope something like that never happens to you.
I don't think it will. My horse is usually well fed. Actually, I was referring to a different type of mishap.
Like what, for example?
Did you ever have to fear for your life?
No. I know there are highway robbers in the region, but they're not inclined to attack men of the cloth. All they want is something to eat. That's understandable.
Be that as it may. The one who attacked me wasn't interested in my belongings. He wanted to crush me with a 400-pound boulder.
Goodness gracious, that's horrible! You were very lucky.
Let's move on to another topic. It seems no one wanted Gottfried to die.
Of course not! But even less because you're here.
Regretfully, I am not a guardian angel, Nicholas.
I know. I'm not putting the blame on you. I have faith in you, and I know you're going to reveal the killer's identity.
Did Gottfried have enemies at the Abbey?
No, normally disputes just aren't on the agenda at Nuestra Senora de la Natividad, apart from the little incidents that Anselmo provoked. Although, after what's happened today, I don't know what to say, Brother Leonardo. All I know is that Gottfried's death opened my eyes. You know what I mean? We don't know each other as well as we thought, after all.
A murderer doesn't spread the word around about that.
It's true, isn't it? It's enough to drive you crazy.
Is it certain that no brother ever made any trouble at all?
Oh, I know what you're trying to say. You're looking for someone among us who is capable of committing such a brutal murder.
Yes, that's one of the possibilities that have gone through my head.
Well, I don't want to say a word about this, so don't misunderstand me, but all in all, neither Egidio nor Umberto are known for being likable chaps.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
I don't mean that they're suspicious because of that, but they don't seem to have much in common with other brothers. I don't know if you get what I mean.
Nicholas, all of the brothers are suspected of having murdered Brother Gottfried. That means you too.
Oh, but I couldn't hurt a fly.
Who knows? Gottfried was struck on the head with a blunt object, and I see how well you swing a hammer. What's more, you're strong. Strong enough to move very heavy rocks.
Me? Brother Leonardo, why should I?
Calm down, Nicholas. I merely wanted to point out to you that one must never judge too swiftly.
I get your point.
Don't worry. I'll catch up with the killer.
I know. I also know you're going to make him pay for all his sins.
You're mistaken, Nicholas. I'm no inquisitor. I'm not interested in punishment, only in the truth. I see you've got a good eye for the work you do.
You do? I'm glad to hear compliments like that, and even more so when they come from someone like you.
Well then.
Well, that's my work. I admit a bit rough round the edges, but it was my first big job.
It fulfills its function perfectly. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks a lot. Unfortunately, most of my work consists of making tools and spurs and repairing a barrel or a keg once in a while.
Are you discontented with your work?
The things I do at work are rather simple. How good do you have to be to make a pair of pliers? Anyone with a pair of strong arms can do that.
Your work must be a great benefit to the community.
Yes, for the community, but I prefer doing something more creative.
What's stopping you?
Segundo the Prior. I talked about it with him some time ago. His opinion was that thoughts like that only led to the delusion that one is master of the universe. He also told me that my work was there to make life easier for other brothers, and that the Abbey didn't need a goldsmith. But that doesn't stop me from dreaming on. Just think of all the things one can do with metal and a great mind to match.
Could you sharpen this sickle for me?
Right away! I'll do anything I can to help you. There you go! As sharp as a sword.
Thank you, Nicholas. I'll be going now so that you can go on with your work.
Great! Till later!
Judging by yesterday's supper, there's a great cook in our presence. Martin!
Brother Leonardo! What dreadful news! Have you already heard?
Yes. I'm very sorry about Gottfried's death.
It's said that the murderer is amongst us. But I can't imagine that. Not one of us.
Are you sure?
No brother would kill another brother.
If you're so certain that no monk would kill a fellow monk, then tell me, who could have done it then?
Fair enough. I don't know. But I can't believe that among men of God there's one who is that malicious.
I get the point. You believe it has something to do with the demon.
Brother Leonardo, something is going on here, and I'm amazed that you, with all your intelligence, can't see it.
It's my intelligence that asks why a demon should conceal Brother Gottfried's body behind some pieces of wood, or why we find him in a house by the cemetery when the doors to the church are locked after Compline prayers, and no one can get in or out.
Well, we all know that Gottfried only used the back door. I mean, he acted as Marcello's assistant, and sometimes he had to stay in the library until late, putting things back in order and cleaning up.
Are you saying there's a passage that links the church and the library?
I only know what I've told you.
Soup again?
Yes, I'm sorry. I helped Brother Egidius to mop the refectory, and then came the news about Brother Gottfried's death. Between the two things, I had no time left for anything else. For supper, I promise.
No, it's all right. The soup tasted delicious.
Ah, fabulous. I hope you like it this time too.
I have things to do.
Sending a prayer to our Lord should be one of them.
It looks just like it did yesterday.
Don't rush things.
Brother Arcadio is the only one able to talk with her, luckily.
What are you doing?
One of Clotilde's leaves is withered.
Tell me something, Sonny. Are you the new gardener?
No, of course not.
Then who gave you permission to mutilate Clotilde?
I merely wanted to help you.
Help? Help? Do you know how you could help me?
How?
By staying away from Clotilde. And now off. Get out.
All right. I'm leaving. All right, but please be brief.
Brother Leonardo, any news?
No, not yet. Only theories.
Then why have you come?
I'd love to see the crypt. I've heard amazing things about the treasures inside.
The crypt? How right you are. It's my favorite place in the whole abbey.
I suspected that.
Come! I'd be delighted to show you. As you know, our monastery houses a large number of treasures and relics. An inheritance from the past that we try to augment. The wealth of a temple is a symbol of the love of God. It's our pride and joy, and our abbey is renowned for it.
For the wealth?
For the love of God.
Ah.
Generations upon generations of abbots before me received this legacy, which I now have in my care, from the great fathers who preceded them. And it is our mission to preserve that treasure and multiply it as a tribute to our Lord. It is our way of thanking Him for His sacrifice.
It's more like you buy it.
I see it's captured your interest, hasn't it?
It's curious to see a bas-relief placed before a crypt to which nearly no one in the whole world has any access.
It has been here since the church was built. And as you see, it represents hell and damnation. All in all, sin.
Yes, I've noticed that sin is a frequently recurring theme at this abbey. In the art at this abbey. I presume the reason was to keep the inquisitive at a distance.
Yes, to protect these treasures.
Perhaps it protects more than just the treasures. When a remote abbey holds such riches, it must be in very good standing with some very powerful people.
Are you talking about my father?
I was thinking more of the Emperor. We haven't come here to steal. Father, about this bas-relief.
Why are you so interested in that bas-relief? It's not even made of gold.
My interest in it is purely artistic. I've always had a weakness for rustic works that have no great material value.
I can't tell you much about it. The only thing confirmed in the archives is its purchase, which is why I assumed it was crafted when the church was built.
But a bas-relief that was crafted when the crypt was built is peculiar.
It's not the only peculiar thing at this abbey, as you doubtlessly already know.
It must be a great responsibility to watch over so many treasures.
And a great honor. Since I was appointed abbot, I come here every day to give thanks to my Creator.
A very pious custom.
I know.
Tell me, Father, have you noticed that any of your treasures are missing?
No. Why do you ask?
When investigating a crime, a theft should always be kept in mind.
But no one else has access to the crypt except me.
There's only one key?
Correct. No copy exists. That's why I always have it with me. It is plated with Nubian gold and...
May I look at it? Close up?
Of course! Here it is. As I said, the gold comes from Nubia, just like much of the other jewelry we have here.
Here is your precious key, Father Abbot. Thank you very much for your time, Father. We won't take up any more of it. We have important things to do.
Very well, Leonardo. I eagerly await news from you.
We're going, Bruno. He's completely absorbed in his own world. It would be better not to disturb him. That's my bag for traveling. My old compass is inside. I have the rest of my things in my cell. Nicholas, I need a small favor from you.
You know I'd do anything to help you. Oh, a candle. I'm very grateful to you, Brother Leonardo.
Take a good look, Nicholas.
What? Ah, I see. An impression. An impression of a key. What does it open?
It's better if you don't ask, Nicholas.
In that case, tell me, do you want me to make a copy of this impression?
I do, indeed.
Done. You can have it tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That's too late.
No, I can't, Brother Leonardo. I have a lot to do, honest.
If it weren't important, I wouldn't ask you.
I know, but I have all this work to be done before Vespers is over.
I don't want to pressure you, but
I have a lot of work to do. A full set of tools, a pedestal, a set of rings for the wine barrels. Well, if I don't get them finished, I'm lost.
maybe I should make sure you don't lose your bearings. Nicholas?
Yes? Well, look at that! A compass!
It's always been a faithful companion on my travels.
That compass must have seen a lot.
Oh, yes, it has.
I really like it. It's lovely. Do you know what? I tried to make something similar once. I just love all kinds of gadgets. But I couldn't get the hang of it.
And why was that?
Well, where could I get a magnet in a place as remote as this?
You know what we're going to do? Take it. It's all yours.
No, I can't accept that. You said you've always carried it with you.
I did, indeed. And it was never wrong. It always pointed in the right direction and... You see? At the moment, it's pointing towards you.
Because I'm on the north side.
He's the youngest monk at the Abbey. I hope Bruno will get along well with him.
Goodness gracious, thank you! I don't know how I'll ever be able to pay you back.
I will.
Oh, of course. Do you know what? I'm going to put down what I'm doing and get started on your key.
That won't get you into trouble?
Well, tomorrow I might get a reprimand from Brother Prior. He comes to supervise the work each day, but, well, so what? I have a compass, thank you, Brother Leonardo. Thank you so much. I'll start right away. What is it? Doesn't matter. It'll be ready in time for Vespers.
Wonderful. Let's go, Bruno. It'll take Nicholas less time if we're not hovering around here.
The key you need to have tonight, where does it fit?
You'll see.
Oh, come on. Please. Tell me, Master, please. Pretty please.
To the crypt, Bruno. To the crypt.
To the crypt? And why would you want a key to the crypt?
Take a guess.
Oh, my God. Are you telling me you want me to go into the crypt now without the abbot knowing? Please tell me I'm wrong.
No.
Thank God.
We're not going now. We'll do it tonight when all the others are asleep.
We? Are you saying that I'm supposed to come along too?
I don't dare leave you alone again tonight. He's sweeping the entrance.
If you're looking for him, the abbot's not here.
I'm not looking for the abbot. I'm looking for the killer.
It's all the same to me, but if the silver manages to disappear, I won't cover up for you.
What happened to Godfried was a real tragedy.
Yes, and Selmo's too. Who's going to be next?
My job is to see that it doesn't happen again.
Didn't you say that yesterday too?
I'm doing everything in my power.
Yes, of course.
The impression you make on me is much too calm, Egidio.
You don't seem to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown either.
Didn't you like Godfried?
What? What are you trying to insinuate by that?
I'm not insinuating a thing. I'm investigating.
Then you should investigate the murders, not me. I told you once yesterday, and I'll say it again and again. I haven't done a thing.
I'm off now. Go on with your work.
And you with yours.
The abbot's office is behind this door. Impossible. It's been locked with a key. I can see the library, the church, and the hospital from here. I can't reach it. Bruno, come here. And get down on all fours.
Master, what do you plan to do with me?
Don't contradict me. Be silent and obey. Aha! It could be that the abbot keeps something in there that could come in handy. It's a relief that capers like these aren't included in the stories told about the learned scholar Leonardo de Toledo. There are a number of interesting things inside. I don't see anything special. Tiny and quite lovely. Let's see what's inside. Snuff. I'll take a little. 1 pinch is enough. I don't want the abbot to notice it's missing. The hospital is well equipped. It's nothing more than a simple mortar.
What are you doing, Leonardo?
I'm taking the mortar with me, if you don't mind.
I don't mind much, but I'm very attached to it. And I'd prefer that if you have something to grind down, you do it here. If that's possible, then go ahead.
Oh, certainly. Fair enough. Good. It's inside. Fair enough. Inside we have Clotilde. A bit of snuff, a pinch of thyme. That's that. I'll toss the mixture into that crock. It's already full of water. I think it won't be necessary to get Bruno soaking wet today in order to get a little water. Inside we have a wilted leaf from Clotilde, a bit of snuff, a pinch of thyme. With an alembic, I can distill any kind of liquid. The outlet neck is broken. It would have to be fixed if I want to use it. That's a different story. Good. It's inside. A basic yet effective source of light. That's what it takes to make a good fire. I need something to get the fire going. If not, it's going to burn out soon and the charcoal won't light. charcoal has caught fire. The distillation comes out here, drop by drop. We did it! And this is the result from distilling the ingredients of the formula.
What are you planning to do with the crock, Brother Leonardo?
Well, nothing really.
I've already told you. Wait till it's time for the meal.
Bruno, come here. Bruno, I'd like you to do something.
What? Again?
I need more soup, and you're going to help me get it.
But that's stealing.
There's no time for nitpicking. Get going.
Brother Martin.
Ah, it's you, boy. Have you come to pray?
Yes.
Don't think I wasn't aware that your master was going to take advantage of this to make off with a little soup. I'm not stupid. Don't worry. It's flattering that someone is going to so much trouble just to eat some of my soup. And besides, if I help a boy like you to recite psalms, so much the better. So, repeat after me. Cetaceans and fish, praise the Lord.
Cetaceans and fish, praise the Lord.
Cetaceans.
Cetaceans.
Bruno, stop pestering Martin. We have to go.
Yes, Master.
Goodbye, boy.
According to the Book of Prescriptions, whoever ingests its contents will fall into a deep sleep. Theoretically, of course. Let's hope that it works. He has the parchment we found yesterday in Anselmo's desk. I saw it with my own eyes. Brother Umberto, do you have a moment?
What do you want now?
My congratulations on that translation you did yesterday. Bruno passed the exam.
Is that right? Then I'm glad for him. That's what I heard.
You don't seem very concerned.
You don't either.
He wasn't my friend.
He wasn't mine either. Can I get on with my work?
How well did you know Gottfried?
Brother, be careful what you say.
What? What did I say? I believe that you have something that belonged to Godfried.
Yes?
Yes, a parchment.
Brother, for God's sakes, enough!
There's a killer on the loose in the Abbey. Don't you fear for your life?
That's why you're here, so that it doesn't happen.
I cannot stand vigil over all the potential victims at one time, but perhaps I could prevent another murder if I stood vigil over one of them.
What?
Sooner or later, we'll talk about that matter.
Yes. Now is not a good time.
Ah, isn't it? Give me back the parchment, please.
What? Enough. I don't have a parchment. Do me a favour and don't pester me anymore with the matter.
I see that you're hungry again.
I've been hungry ever since I joined this abbey.
I've brought you a bit more soup, all right? But first, I want you to give me back the parchment.
Soup? Hand it over.
Are you going to tell me now where you've put the parchment?
Parchment? That silly parchment again? Why? I don't know anything about any parchment.
Oh, yes. You stole it from Godfried last night.
Me? A thief? I haven't stolen a thing. Do you understand me? Me? A thief? What did you put in the soup?
Doesn't matter. While you're sleeping, I'll take a very close look at this place. I'll find the parchment.
I'll say it one last time. I don't...
Master, he's...
Asleep, Bruno. Hurry. We must find that parchment. It must be here somewhere.
Are you sure that he's not dead?
Oh, Bruno. How could he be dead? He fell asleep. He'll wake up again in time for Vespers. The parchment must be here. The parchment isn't there. I must examine this place more thoroughly. There's no doubt that the parchment can't have gone far. Umberto could have hidden the manuscript here. Papers and translations. But the parchment I'm looking for isn't there. Maybe the parchment is between these papers. Nothing. No sign of the parchment. Now that Umberto's no longer a bother, it can be examined in greater detail. The carving is hollow inside. Aha! Now we're getting somewhere.
We finally got the parchment. What could it be good for?
Come on, Bruno. Use your head. You're not a fool. Godfried stole it from us and died.
Godfried? How do you know it was Godfried?
I've already told you. He was the only one who knew we had the parchment. What conclusion do you draw from that?
That the parchment is cursed.
Lord, why are you punishing me like this?
Well, Anselmo had the parchment and he's dead. Godfried had the parchment and he's dead too. We have the parchment. Oh, goodness gracious. We're in danger.
Yes, Bruno. We're getting much closer to the killer now. I was able to recover it after it passed through Godfried's and Umberto's hands. Though I remain ignorant of its importance, there is not the slightest doubt that this parchment is one of the keys to solving this entire puzzle. Do you have the key now?
Yes, here it is. It's finished.
Very good. Thank you very much, Nicholas.
Just in time, huh? Come on, I'll escort you to the church for the service. On the way, you can tell me about some of your travels.
Quick, to the library. Umberto has been poisoned.
No, he wasn't poisoned. He's been strangled.
Master, you wanted the parchment, didn't you?
That's right, Bruno. And now we have it. Bruno, tonight we're going to find out what's going on here. Now I'll be able to find out if Nicholas has done good work. Remember what I told you before. Don't leave my side, don't make any noise, and...
I know. Don't touch a thing.
Good. Then try to remember that. According to the abbot, this bas-relief was made at the same time that the church was built. The thing is, it keeps reminding me of something familiar. I've got it. Anselmo's parchment is merely a sketch of the bas-relief. On the other hand, there are small discrepancies between the two. A three-headed creature welcoming the poor souls in order to subject them to torture. All of these depictions describe the various punishments of hell. An oversized reptile devouring people. Yet another way to depict evil. As you know, sometimes it's given the form of a serpent, a lizard, or a monkey.
How horrible! That's evil as bad as can be.
This engraving represents hell. I see you're nervous, Bruno. Calm down. As a copyist, you'll have to reproduce similar pictures someday. Are you going to be nervous then, too?
I hope not, Master. It's just that the pictures make me feel very uneasy. They have something...
They're pictures. They're not going to do anything to you. The type of depiction. Bruno, do you recall the style? You studied it last fall.
Oh, it's late Romanesque, isn't it? The figure represents the devil.
Correct. Even though he's commonly represented with jaws wide open. How strange. And something he has about him, as if he were showing his power over hell the way it's depicted in other scenes. Evil supreme.
Uh-oh.
It's only a drawing, Bruno.
Holmes, perverse people, right?
If it were Latin, yes. But this isn't Latin. Not even vulgar Latin. It's merely a rough imitation of the idiom.
Why would anyone do that?
I believe it's to demonstrate the ignorance of the one who wrote it.
A demon attacking a poor person from behind.
It looks like he's doing more than just attacking him.
What, Master?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Opectators. Another error in the grammar, like the one on the inscription further above.
Opectators?
Look at these poor souls standing in a row. I presume the proper word would have been peccators. Sinners.
Sinners?
Precisely. We know they're not demons because they're not emerging from the flames. They're moving towards them. The sinners are welcomed by a two-headed creature. The sinners are swallowed by a diabolical presence. It represents supreme evil. Atrocious deeds in hell.
Master, why is he biting the head off?
The demon doesn't need the head of the damned for what he's planning to do.
Ah, well,
Some poor souls on their way to torture and despair. I knew it.
a secret door? How did you guess that?
Thanks to the parchment.
I don't understand.
Anselmo's parchment was nothing more than a drawing of the bas-relief, but with a few variations added. All you have to do is press these motifs to make the door open.
Yes, all right. I saw you do it. But did you know there's a secret door here? Right on this spot?
I knew there was something, but I didn't know what.
Oh, all right. But where does this door lead to?
Outside the church, if I'm not mistaken. Anselmo had that parchment and was probably killed to get it from him. Gottfried and Umberto had it in their hands too.
And now we have it.
Let's go, Bruno. This surely explains the enigma of the lights in the library. Yet many mysteries remain to be solved at this abbey.
We're going to die. Die. We're going to die.
Shut up. I knew we would find an ossuarium, charnel house for bones.
What made you think that?
It's a grand and very old abbey that can look back on many epochs in which hundreds and hundreds of monks have lived here. Didn't you see how small the cemetery is? They certainly look old enough. No, they're doing just fine there. I don't have any reason to move them. A tall young man who died young, was well-nourished, ate dairy products, probably since his childhood. His parents had a farm and...
What are you doing, Master?
Oh, excuse me. I went off on a tangent. On the basis of this femur, I was trying to imagine what kind of person it belonged to.
But that's impossible.
If that's what you think. However eerie the result may be, stacking bones to make better use of the space is a practice that's common enough. It's not going to disturb the peace and quiet of the dead and gone. There could be a body lying inside, or dozens of skulls like those on the floor. I don't intend to find out what's inside there. How odd. It looks as if something has been carved into this arch. My eyes are tired and there's not enough light from the torch. I can't read these foreign characters. Hang on. It's not foreign lettering at all. It's merely inverted mirror writing. I'm sure I could decipher it if I had a mirror. Bruno, Do you still have the material you were given for the copyist's exam?
Well, I have an ink pot and paper.
That might do the trick. Give them to me. Now it's smeared with ink. I've placed the paper on the ink. Perfect. It says, "This is the lineage of the children of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and sons were born to them after the flood." It's from Genesis, Moses 10, first verse.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah. But what's that supposed to mean?
That's what has to be found out. All doubt has been swept away now. Another secret door exists.
How come you're so sure, Master?
Heavens, Bruno. What sense does a clock make in a room like this? There's a way to get out of here. A path that will take us outside the building. And this clock holds the key. Another one of the statues. I'll try it out. Another one of the statues. Looks like a crack. It fits perfectly. I'll try it out.
What was that, Master?
That one seems to be different from the rest.
Master, what happens if someone sees us? Well, we're not allowed to be here.
Psst, quiet. The library. Someone's in the library.
Uh-oh. Marcello could have forgotten and left a candle burning.
What kind of candle would burn from Vespers till now?
A really big one? Then it's, it's the phantom of the library.
You're not an idiot, Bruno. That would be an insult to any idiot. You could become a jester, but you're such a good-for-nothing that you'd hardly make anyone laugh. It's open. You see, Bruno? As far as I know, phantoms don't need to open doors. They float right through them. Marcello's office is locked. It's not giving an inch. Brings us to the archives and the most important part, to the light we saw from outside. It's locked. The motifs are a bit chaotic. That fits with the restricted access to the library archives, too. I'm sure that this is the only possible entrance to the library archives. I understand the mechanism, but the drawing is so detailed that it would be impossible to adjust it correctly without knowing exactly how it should look.
There's probably another way to get in.
I don't think so. If they had, then why did the monks go to all the trouble of making this system? Brother Anselmo lies here. The way things have been going, it's obvious he took a few secrets to the grave with him. Take this, Bruno, to dig with.
Beg your pardon?
You should start digging, and hurry. We don't have the whole night.
But that would be desecration.
I have no time for discussions about morals. Start digging.
No.
You're my novice. Do what I tell you.
But Master, that's a sin.
Do you think I don't know what's sin and what's not?
But...
Let's see. Do you really believe that I'd let you do something that would endanger that marvelously immortal soul you're so proud of?
But...
I'm certain that Anselmo was able to enter the library at night.
What if we don't find anything?
The abbot entrusted me with the mission to find out what's going on inside these walls. And at this moment, the killer is up there. Which means if you don't hurry up with that digging, he's going to get away from us.
I'll roast in hell. I'll spend all of eternity with flames licking up all around me. Master, it stinks worse than in the latrines at Cluny.
Are you finished?
It looks like it.
Tell me what you see, Bruno.
It would be better if you saw it with your own eyes, Master.
Lord, I ask your forgiveness for what I'm about to do. All right, let's take a look inside.
You.
I don't see anything special. His hands are covering something. I can't see if there's anything underneath them. His hands are clasped tightly. Bruno!
What do you want?
Come on, give me a hand.
I can't.
Come here, now! Take that, and when I count to 3, pull as hard as you can. 1, 2, 3! We did it! What's that? Bruno, bring the light closer. More drawings. It looks like Beatus of Liébana was Anselmo's idol too.
What does that note mean, Master?
We'll know soon. Come on, fill the hole with sand and let's get out of here. If I think about it, it might not have been Anselmo's express wish to be buried with the parchment. Perhaps someone else didn't want it to be found. Someone like Gottfried? Come on, and we must be very quiet now. We're very close to the killer.
Master, what if it's true about the Phantom?
Bruno, stop talking nonsense. And besides, a killer who is alive is much more dangerous than a dead monk.
You really didn't need to say that, you know.
There are hundreds of books. They must be very valuable. Authentic works of art, to judge by all the trouble the Abbey has taken to protect them. If I'm already up here, I'm not going to pass up the opportunity to at least leaf through some of these extremely valuable books. Let's take a look at them. What? What a fool I've been! I see it all now.
What's going on, Master?
I fear we're treading on much more dangerous ground than had seemed at first glance. Not only our bodies are in danger, our souls are as well.
I don't understand.
Here you have the reason why we've encountered so many obstacles ever since we've arrived here. These books are no normal books. God help me. They're not even allowed to exist.
You're frightening me.
Books on alchemy, demonology, satanic rituals. Books that incite mankind to do abominable things.
Even to kill?
In the most horrid and bloodiest way you can imagine. Do you understand now why they were so firm about not letting a single monk come up here? What are books like these doing in a Christian library? How the devil is it possible that...
Please, Master, in light of the circumstances, I beg you not to speak of the devil.
Blessed heavens above.
Oh, that's...
That's the talisman of Saturn.
the Roman god.
No. Saturn is one of the names used to signify Lucifer.
He was here, wasn't he? We heard him.
You didn't hear a thing. You understand me? I don't want to repeat what we had this morning when we discovered Gottfried's corpse.
But you did hear it.
It's drawn in blood. It could be from an animal, but my instinct sadly tells me otherwise. They've been arranged around the pentagram. There's no doubt that a sacrilegious ritual was performed here. I don't want to touch a thing. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if it's a good idea to tell the abbot about this. If a person were to have just one of these books in their possession, that would suffice for the Inquisition to burn them at the stake. I can't stop asking myself what reasons could drive a Christian library to register hundreds of books like these for safekeeping. That's strange. Bruno, do you recognize this book?
It's the book we brought with us as a gift from my father, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Of all books, why did the killer want to read that one?
He didn't merely read it. He tore out a few pages as well.
But why?
Perhaps he'll need them.
And what are we going to do now?
Go back. We can't accomplish anything more tonight. Our friend must have locked us in order to escape. We must find a way out before the break of dawn.
What's that, Master?
Bearing in mind what drawings are used for at this library, it must deal with an escape route for us. I'll try to figure it out as fast as possible.
Master, look!
Excellent. Let's get going. Bruno, from now on everything is going to be darker and more dangerous. Don't leave my side, and not a word to anyone about tonight.
Why not?
The hour of truth has come.
Requiem aeternum dona eis Domine, et lux perpetua lucet eis. Te decet hymnus Deus in Sion, et tibi redetur votum in Jerusalem. Exaudi orationem meam, ad te omni caro veniet. Per eundem Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen.
Brother Leonardo, wait a moment. The abbot awaits you in his office.
Oh, very well.
Is that your way of solving a murder? By eliminating the possibilities one after the other? Tell me, Leonardo, how many more monks will have to die at my abbey before you find the one who is responsible?
Umberto died because he knew something. Something he didn't want to tell me.
And what could a simple translator like him be hiding?
A simple translator, you say? A simple monk has already killed two simple brothers whose only thing in common is, strangely enough, the library.
Since Anselmo was killed.
I wouldn't be so categorically certain with any claim that Anselmo was murdered.
And what about Godfrey? Well, naturally, the possibilities always exist that he fell victim to a rare disease that split his skull in the dead of night in a house that is part of the cemetery. And it could have been a coincidence that Umberto got caught up in his own belt sash. But could it also be that there was a demon in the library, couldn't it?
What kind of abbey is this, in which the Holy Inquisition is received by a servant?
Nazario of Milan! What a provident surprise! Our most cordial welcome to these hallowed halls, and may peace be with you!
As always, it is a great pleasure to enjoy the peace and harmony of this monastery. My dear Segundo, how time flies.
Master, it is a great pleasure for me to see you again.
I see that you have prospered since our paths parted ways.
How true, Master. I am now prior of this abbey.
Oh, now that is truly a surprise. My good friend Leonardo de Toledo. I haven't seen you since... when? It could be since they banished you from the court of...
I see that age has taken a grave toll on you. Your memory is not what it used to be. I was the one who decided to leave.
That's not the story being told in the palace.
Vindictive souls have always spread rumors in the palace.
Is that so? Oh, I see the two brothers have left our midst. I deeply regret your loss.
That is precisely what I wish to talk to you about in private. It's a lucky thing you're here. If you'll join me.
Consider yourself off the case, brother. Your services were a great help, at least to me.
I must speak with the abbot, if you'll permit me.
Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just finished saying?
It is my duty to reveal who the murderer is, no matter what anyone says.
Brother Leonardo, you've spent 3 days at this abbey, and up to now, what results have we obtained? Not one. Our brothers continue to be murdered.
I can prove that this doesn't deal with a phantom, as everyone else so readily believes.
Forget it. What you believe or not is not important. Absolutely nothing is important anymore.
But
I'll tell you once again that it's no longer important. The Holy Inquisition has arrived, and as you know, no one has more authority to solve this mystery than they do.
Nazario is not interested in the truth. All he wants is to be able to conclude a matter to his satisfaction.
What? Are you questioning the legitimacy of the Inquisition? Have you gone stark raving mad?
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
We have nothing further to discuss. I shall make sure that all the brothers are informed of the new situation. Goodbye.
What now?
Do you recall the pentagram we saw last night? We must find out what it deals with, what function it has, and what purpose it serves.
No, I meant... Master, they've taken us off the case.
Which means what?
Master, we can't just put ourselves above the will of the Holy Inquisition.
Then we'll put ourselves at its side. Come on, we're going to look for information about that pentagram.
We'll be punished for that. And who knows, it could turn out to be even worse.
If we manage to prevent a new death that way, I'll take the risk. Let's go. Unfortunately, he has a lot more work than he would have to have. Brother?
Hey, young man! Leave the boy in peace. He has a lot of work to do. Don't you know that we had a funeral?
Brother Arcadio, please.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Egidio.
I think you've asked too many questions already.
You're burying 2 of your brothers. Don't you think we need answers for all of this?
The Inquisition has arrived. They'll have answers for anything under the sun.
Yes, even for those obtained by coercion.
What do you mean by that?
That my methods of investigation aren't as brutal as theirs.
No. I didn't see a thing.
But that won't suffice. Not for them, Egidio.
I have nothing to hide.
Egidio.
Again?
Did you see anything strange last night?
No. I didn't see a thing.
Are you sure?
And just what am I supposed to have seen?
Could be Godfrey's ghost following you.
Shut your trap, Brother Arcadio.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Don't listen to him, Brother Leonardo. He's senile.
The fact is, he seems to be in complete possession of his faculties from time to time. Please, don't stop. It's unusual to see him outside the garden. Aren't you supposed to be keeping an eye on Clotilde?
Do we know each other? Didn't I see you at the funeral, young man?
What are you doing here?
Praying. I'm praying for the souls of our beloved brothers Marcello and Nicholas.
Umberto and Gottfried, Brother Arcadio. I'm Nicholas.
What?
How is Clotilde?
Clotilde? Who is Clotilde?
He's losing his mind completely.
I heard that. Do you think you're talking to a poor wretch like the ones you used to burying? I'm still alive, and the Lord knows I still serve a useful purpose.
If the Lord is right, then why don't you pick up a shovel and help me?
What?
You didn't hear that, did you?
What?
Can I ask you a few questions?
The youngster has some questions, and Brother Arcadio has some answers. Ask. Ask away.
Do you suspect someone?
Brother Leonardo, Arcadio is not going to tell us anything useful. In the end, I'm sure he's going to confuse you even more than you already are.
I'm not confusing anybody.
Tell me, do you suspect someone?
I don't, but Clotilde does. What's more, we shouldn't talk here, youngster. Walls have ears.
But there's no walls.
Wait for me in the garden. I'll come right away.
Don't listen to him, Brother Leonardo. He's senile.
I'm not senile. I'm older than all of you. I'm the wise man of the Abbey.
All right already.
Do you know about the dark practices going on at the Abbey?
We're monks, young man, not saints. The whole world.
No, I wasn't referring to.
Ah. You mean dark practices, eh?
Yes. Rituals. Pagan ceremonies.
Rituals and pagan ceremonies, eh? This abbey is full of secrets, youngster.
Does that mean yes?
I seem to recall a brother who died a tragic death, and on the third day his body returned to life. Tell me, Sonny, doesn't that seem strange enough to you?
Not if one has read Matthew.
Brother Arcadio, stop! Enough of that!
Quiet, you!
Jesus!
Right. Jesus. That was his name.
There is nothing more for the moment.
I'm going to finish my prayers for poor Nicholas.
Brother, I'm Nicholas.
What's that?
That I'm Nicholas. You must pray for Gottfried and Umberto.
I see that he's afraid he'll end up like Umberto and Gottfried. I can relate to that. Are you feeling all right?
Yes, Brother Leonardo. Yes.
Do you know who might have something to do with occultism at this abbey?
With what? For God's sake, Brother Leonardo, what are you talking about?
What? Occultism? So you know, don't you?
What am I supposed to know?
That the devil has been lingering at this abbey for quite some time. What did you think caused the death of those two brothers, young man? That's not all. We're all going to end up that way. Egidio! Egidio!
What?
When you're finished with that, dig a few more graves. We're all going to die. Tell me, youngster, wouldn't you like to be buried here? There's still space left, huh? There's space aplenty.
I'm going to find the killer, Nicholas. The end is near.
They've taken you off the gate, Brother Leonardo? Why do you keep going on?
Out of respect for the truth, and because I gave you my word.
But you gave your word to the abbot, and he's the one who has decided to do without your services, now that the Inquisition's here.
The Inquisition has barely arrived, and is not in any position to solve these murders. What's more, my work during the last few days was not in vain.
You just don't understand, do you?
I do understand that whoever has done all this will have to pay.
Whatever you say, I don't know. As you like.
I'm off, Nicholas.
Yes, that's quite all right.
Ah, that's interesting. The envelope is sealed. I'm going to open it. Fine. I've managed to get my clothes soiled with the sealing wax, but this is the letter. Let's read it. To the Most Reverend Father Abbot of San Torquato, for perusal at his convenience. It is with great concern that I turn to you in order to detail the contents of the revelations I recently attained with regard to our brother Egidio, whom you most graciously placed in my service upon the occasion of my last visit to your abbey. Having witnessed the incident provoked by Egidio, it was my intention to follow the teachings of our Lord in all humility, by interceding on his behalf and requesting that he be transferred to Nuestra Señora de la Natividad. Only now do I comprehend the magnitude of my error. Instead of correcting his imperfections at our abbey through penitence, Egidio has worsened the situation further, comporting himself indolently and with little respect towards the authorities. I thus see myself obliged to ask you to re-accept our brother in your house, and to instruct him in complying with the rules of the order in a form you regard as most convenient to you. I am confident that the rod you apply to mete out discipline to him shall be as stalwart as our sacred oaths. Currently at Nuestra Señora de la Natividad, Segundo of Milan, Prior.
Brother Leonardo?
Plenty of work to do?
Everything must go on, just as it does each and every day. Those are the abbot's words. Despite that, and I don't know why, Brother Marcello has had me stay down here all morning, and then I had to sweep out this hall as if I were Egidio.
So who benefits from these books then?
I don't rightly know. They benefit me, but I have no access to the library. That is categorically forbidden.
I wanted to ask you for a book.
I'm sorry, but I can't fetch any book from the library.
Why not?
I don't know. Brother Marcello has forbidden me to go up there all morning long.
He must have some reason.
I do, Brother Leonardo. I do.
Fine. Then I'll ask you. I need a book on demonology. Something that deals with...
What?
I realize it's not a common request, but...
Did you say demonology?
You heard correctly.
No one in their right mind would ever dare to request a book like that.
No one?
No one.
Ever?
Martin did once.
And was properly admonished for it. Listen, I went along with the farce about the apprentice copyist because the abbot had asked you to clear up the circumstances surrounding Anselmo's death. But now everything is in the hands of the Holy Inquisition.
Who says that the book I'm requesting has something to do with the mystery at this abbey?
In that case, the answer is simple. The class of literature is unauthorized without special permission from the abbot. I'm sorry, but I cannot do anything more for you.
So Martin is interested in forbidden books?
Right. But that's not what I said. All I said was that he requested a book like that once.
When was that?
I don't know, weeks ago, months. Gottfried was assistant librarian at the time.
Then how did you find out?
In a community this small, certain things are hard to keep quiet.
Do you know why Martin requested the book?
I assume for the same reason as you. Why do you want it?
Oh, out of pure curiosity.
Brother Leonardo, let's move away from these kinds of subjects. They're very dangerous and should not be broached lightly.
Are you familiar with the topic of esoterics?
I haven't always lived inside these walls. Life has led me to some very different places, some of them quite dark.
I'm listening.
As a child, I was apprenticed to a coin minter in my native city, Rotterdam.
And what, pray tell, is so dark about that?
When darkness fell, my master spent his time studying rather unorthodox methods of obtaining gold for the coins.
Alchemy?
It was more like invocating demons.
Oh.
Luckily for me, he didn't need apprentices for that. One night, the Inquisition came, and, well, I had to look for other work.
I see.
That's why I advise you to look for other, less dangerous ways of indulging your inclinations.
Go on with what you're doing. Arcadio told me that I should wait for him here. I hope he has something important to say. I went to the garden, but you didn't come.
What are you telling me, young man?
You said to me that you were going to tell me about your suspicions in the garden.
Oh? I couldn't have. I don't remember. Suspicions of what?
Relating to the deaths of Gottfried and Umberto.
Oh my God. Have they died? What a tragedy. In that case, I'll stay right here and pray for them.
I really think you ought to come and meet me. If the garden doesn't seem discreet enough for you, I'll see you in my cell.
What? Oh, yes, but don't let yourself be confused by the demon. This abbey is full of demons, and they hear everything we say.
Precisely, Brother Arcadio. Precisely my point. I'm off again, Martin. I see you've finally come.
Yes? I have to protect myself in this cell, don't I? Didn't you know? There's a murderer in the Abbey, and he wants to kill me to get his hands on my treasure.
Ah, I see.
Yes, but he wouldn't dare come in here. I'm safe here. Leave me alone. Out! Get out!
Bruno, we're going out for a moment, and leave Brother Arcadio here alone with his lunacy.
What's going on, Master?
It's obvious that Brother Arcadio is keeping something from us. On the other hand, he might also want to tell us something. We'll see. Bruno, stay near the doorway. It would be better.
Yes, Master.
You've finally come by yourself, Leonardo. I'm glad that you've understood how to interpret my signals correctly.
They were much too clear for a senile mind, that's certain. Though I must admit, you've had me confused ever since we met.
I regret that I couldn't be frank with you this afternoon, but I have to be very careful.
Rest easy, brother. No one is going to interrupt us, and I give you my word that nothing you say to me will ever leave these four walls. For my part, it's as if I were hearing confession.
You won't tell your novice either?
I promise not to.
That's good enough for me. You're a righteous, noble man, and you deserve my complete trust. I'm aware that you had problems at court that led to the confrontation with Nazario.
Yes. I'm not looked on particularly well by the Emperor's advisors.
Which is precisely why Nazario's arrival fundamentally changed the situation at the Abbey. I must tell you everything I know.
Please do. Go right ahead.
Perhaps you think it's my destiny at this monastery to be a simple gardener. Then it will certainly come as a surprise to you that
You were supposed to be the abbot.
I was supposed to be the abbot. Hey? What? You knew?
In light of the relationship between the abbot and Segundo, it's not hard to imagine that, as is common practice at many abbeys, whoever holds the post of prior is going to be appointed abbot someday. I overheard a remark from Nicholas that you were once prior here, so the question arises, how did the current abbot obtain his position?
You're intelligent. You wouldn't be surprised if the person you trusted most betrayed you. But I didn't see it coming back then.
The abbot betrayed you?
Andres, that's his name. Although Judas would be more fitting, was my novice. I was responsible for his training and for having him enter this abbey. He's not a bad person at heart, but he comes from a very rich aristocratic family and always placed too much weight on appearances. Can you imagine having a novice like that?
I think I can vividly imagine what it's like.
His father was very close with the Emperor, so even though the appointments come from the Cardinal, it seems as if the Emperor himself had an interest in appointing him abbot. He, of course, wasn't content with that. No, he had to top it off by having me do a gardener's work.
But you didn't simply resign yourself to that, did you?
I couldn't fathom the whole situation. What interest could the Empire have in something like that? But shortly afterwards, new copyists arrived, young monks from many different countries. It was obvious that everything that was going on revolved around the library. So, I started looking into things here and there.
You didn't sneak into the library, did you?
No, that's impossible. Only the librarian has free access. But I was able to get a look at Andreas' office without being seen. I was trying to find proof that his election to the post as abbot wasn't proper. That dark interests were involved. Something that would incriminate him and taint his aura of sanctity.
Something that would have permitted you to take on the position as abbot.
It wasn't a question of my ambition. It had to do with seeing justice done. There are many dark secrets at this abbey. Too many that must be unveiled.
That's ironic commentary coming from someone who masks his true self daily, isn't it?
You'll see. The abbot had several books on his desk that hadn't gone up to the library yet. They were strange books. They were...
Heretical books? Satanic?
Could be. 2 of them were written in foreign languages, and the third one in perfect Latin, by the way. Dealt with witchcraft.
But a book like that, in the hands of the copyists at a library...
Despite the care that is always taken at this abbey when working with parchment, don't let appearances deceive you one bit. Apart from the 5 or 6 monks who are fairly well educated, most of the members of this community can't read. First and foremost among them, the copyists.
Yes, I've visited quite a few libraries in the course of my travels where the monks didn't understand a word they copied. They merely tried hard to reproduce the shapes as best they could. But at an abbey like this...
Especially at one like this.
But I still can't explain to myself why you've been pretending to everyone that you've lost your mind.
They caught me red-handed. The abbot, Marcello, and Secundo came in at just the wrong moment. Someone said, "Brother Arcadio, have you lost your mind?" It occurred to me to react as if that were so.
And that's how they justified unjustifiable deeds.
Exactly. Taking my age into account and by pretending I had a screw loose, I realized that I could continue investigating or take a look at certain places in the monastery without arousing suspicion.
You fooled me completely. And that's not an easy thing to do.
When I was younger, I was very fond of the theatre. That was before my ordination.
You're a great actor. My friend Lope would be delighted with you.
Do you mean the playwright?
Do you know him?
I'm a great admirer of his. I've read several of his works in the library. He's a talented young man, though I've heard that he's in a situation which is, how shall I put it, very similar to yours?
My exile is voluntary, but it's a known fact that he was banished for 8 years upon pain of death if he returns.
Watch your step with Nazario, dear Leonardo. Day by day, power and gold are turning the world into a much darker place.
Were you able to find out anything new in relation to witchcraft in the course of your investigations?
You must keep an eye on Martin.
The cook?
Do you know another one? A few years ago, I discovered that in reality, he's a sorcerer.
I don't understand you.
A young servant who was standing fairly close to me, but must have thought I'm deaf, told another servant that the monk in charge of the kitchen told his fortune using a deck of tarot cards that had demonic symbols on the cards.
I'm not so sure about that. Do you have proof?
I saw the deck. I know he has that deck of cards. One day, I went into the kitchen, played the mad monk, and saw it. He's a sorcerer.
I don't believe it, but I'll definitely look into it. Thank you very much for the information, Brother Arcadio. Your secret is safe with me.
And?
Well, you know Arcadio. He's a senile old man. Very little of what he says makes any sense.
Ah, right.
Hello, Martin.
Goodness, you scared me half to death.
Aren't you cooking today?
No, I suppose not. I have to go, brother.
Aren't you cooking today?
I must relieve Brother Egidio in the refectory, just like yesterday.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
I'm sorry. I have no time at all.
I thought that life at the Abbey was relaxed enough to be able to do without chaos and stress.
It would be if 3 brothers hadn't died in 1 week. And above all, if the Holy Inquisition itself weren't waiting at the door. If you'll allow me, brother, you know where you can find me.
Candle wax is melting now. We'll wait a moment. A wick from inside a candle. I think I see something. A packet? What's it doing here? Let's see what's inside. Well, look at that. A deck of tarot cards. Why would Martin keep something like that? It deals with a deck of tarot cards. Just having one in your possession is equivalent to heresy. But wait a second. This card seems familiar. It's the pentagram. Hang on. Now that I'm looking at it closely, I see that there are certain differences from the one we saw yesterday. One of the cards shows the pentagram we saw last night in the library. Martin?
Yes?
May I ask where you were last night?
I was sleeping.
And before that?
I said my prayers. Brother Leonardo, why do you ask? Are you accusing me of something?
I am simply investigating, and you've just finished telling me you were sleeping.
I don't have to talk with you at all. I'm sorry.
I find it surprising that you're so uncommunicative today. Is something troubling you? Has it anything to do with my investigations?
What? No. Brother Leonardo, I know that you've been taken off the case, so you can keep those questions of yours. And I have nothing more to add either.
I found this deck of cards in the kitchen.
What? It doesn't belong to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about a deck of cards, replete with pagan symbols. Among them, a strange-looking pentagram. It could very well be that you know something more about it than I. But as you tell me it's not yours, I can hand it over to the abbot. I'm sure that with his help, we'll be able to give it back to its owner. Thank you very much for your time, Martin.
No, please don't.
Pardon?
It's mine.
I know.
I'm pleading with you, brother. Don't say anything to the abbot. I swear to you, it's a gift.
You say this deck of cards is a gift?
Yes, that's how it is.
From your mother, I presume?
How did you find out?
These kinds of pagan depictions are forbidden, and the last place that would have occurred to me to find a tarot deck would have been the kitchen at a monastery. Your kitchen. Anyone else would have got rid of it as soon as the Holy Inquisition arrived here, but I found it in a well-protected place where it couldn't be destroyed. You could have hidden it in the oven, but then it would have got smeared with soot, or perhaps in a soup pot.
It's true. Do you understand now why I keep it?
May I ask why your mother owned this deck of cards?
God have mercy on her. She was...
A witch?
She wasn't a witch. She used the deck of cards to tell people their futures. I know that's not a good thing to do, but she gave hope to many people who didn't have much hope anymore.
And was she good at it?
Telling the future? Well, she was often spot on.
What happened to her?
My father accused her of practicing witchcraft. He didn't want his only son to receive any kind of corruptive influence in his religious schooling. And, God, I don't know if it was the right thing to do, but after all, she was me mother.
That's a tragedy. I'm very sorry.
They burnt her at the stake together with all her possessions. What you have in your hands is all I was able to salvage. It's the only thing I have left of hers.
Do you know what that pentagram signifies?
I think it's a variation on the talisman of Saturn.
Saturn is one of the names the devil is known under.
That's true.
This talisman of Saturn you speak of, were there perhaps other symbols surrounding it?
Yes, that's right. How do you know that?
Please continue.
It's said that the talisman is identical to Lucifer himself, a sort of invocation for him to send one of his most destructive lackeys to spread chaos on Earth. Berserk.
This so-called Berserk is doing as he pleases here.
That's not quite right. Berserk himself can't do anything in this world if he doesn't inhabit a body to wreak havoc with.
In other words, by taking possession of someone.
Yes. I don't know if it's true or not, but those are things that ought not to be tried out.
Do you believe in all of this, Martin?
As Christians, we must believe in the existence of the devil, Brother Leonardo. The same way the personification of good exists in our Lord, the personification of bad and sin must exist as well. And that is the devil. Good can't do bad. Otherwise it would cease to be good.
Yes. I attended the seminary too. But let me ask you something about all this hocus-pocus. Do you believe that a simple mortal has the ability to make the gates to hell open themselves?
I leave the answers to questions like that to the scholars. I limit myself to keeping my hands well away from the lion's maw.
And yet, someone at this abbey has stuck their whole head inside. I must go now. All right, Martin. That was a rather interesting conversation. Here, I'm returning this to you. If you don't mind, I'd like to borrow this card, the Talisman of Saturn.
As you like, but please, don't say a word to anyone about the deck of cards.
My lips are sealed.
I thank you with all my heart. Thanks, Brother Leonardo.
Bells. I demand an explanation.
I hope that...
Relax, Martin. It's not about you.
Brother, as you are well aware, our abbey has been struck by great misfortune in the course of the last few days. Lucifer intends to take possession of these venerable walls. Yet, instead of taking measures to prevent that, there are some who insist on not seeing the presence of the devil amongst us. They thought that with time he would simply go away forevermore. We are all familiar with the sad consequences of that attitude. Luckily, that's all going to change now. Nazario of Milan, one of the most ferocious soldiers in the struggle against evil, has come to put an end to the deaths.
It's high time somebody does something about it, before all of us die.
Is there a monk named Eladio of Thebes in this hall? Eladio of Thebes? He's not here. That confirms my suspicions.
What suspicions? What is he talking about?
Eladio of Thebes is a criminal.
He has been on the wanted list for 2 years for stealing from a monastery in Tarragona. A very valuable relic from the 9th century was stolen. He was calling himself Eleutherius of Antioch at the time. He and his accomplice planned the whole thing well.
Accomplice?
Yes. A short, ugly monk. A translator.
Umberto! They came to the Abbey at the same time!
You see? There you have your killer, Father Abbot.
But they came with the best letters of recommendation.
All of them falsified, no doubt. Didn't you check their authenticity?
You have no proof of that?
Oh, I don't? Brothers, I have seen Lucifer. He wears many masks, but he is always the same. The lust in taking pleasure in sin eats away bit by bit at the soul of the hapless wretch who lets himself be seduced by Lucifer, until the lust devours him completely. I have come to banish the devil from this abbey, and that is what I am going to do. There is only one way to put a stop to evil. By showing mercy for the soul and purging the body.
Another monk may die while your master amuses himself burning innocent people at the stake.
And you may be the next monk to die.
I've got to get into the hospital to understand what has happened to Eladio. The wine will flow out. I should catch the wine in a receptacle. Full. Now I can soak the wick in it. All right, leave the candle burning. With Eladio gone, the Abbey has been left without a doctor. Eladio, Eladio. What have you done, my friend? I've got to get into the hospital to understand what has happened to Eladio. That's one of Nicholas's hammers. It seems to be rather resistant. I don't see anything special. Hello, Nicholas.
Oh, hello!
Do you have a lot of work to do?
I'm sorry, but this time I can't make any keys for you.
I haven't come to request your services.
Fabulous! Then excuse me, and I beg you to please let me get on with my work. I'm very busy and I don't want any problems.
I'm not going to give you any problems.
Please leave the smithy.
I see you've taken on the attitude of the Inquisitor. Are those the problems you're referring to? That you don't want to be seen talking to me?
Brother Leonardo, I don't want to be accused of having helped you. So please, here's your compass. Take it.
Oh, no. Quid pro quo, Nicholas.
I'm just a humble blacksmith. With the compass in my possession, I'm...
A potential accomplice. To my knowledge, no one has accused me of anything.
Take it!
It's yours, Nicholas. In all seriousness. Keep it, or do whatever you please with it. But it's not mine anymore.
I'm sorry, but there you are. It's all yours.
Nicholas, I must go.
It's the best thing you can do.
I'm not blaming you for what you're doing, Nicholas. Can you spare a moment, Egidio?
No, but that won't stop you from asking whatever you want to.
I want you to open the door to the hospital for me.
I don't have the key.
Do you have one for the stables?
Yes.
And the one to the kitchen?
That too.
I presume you have a key to the smithy as well?
You presume correctly.
What a coincidence. You've got all the keys, except the one to the hospital.
The abbot has it. We decided to close the hospital for the time being. Unless a new doctor comes. But what do we need one for? We're not sick here. We're dying.
I want you to open Umberto's cell for me.
What? I can't do that. I can't.
But you're still the gatekeeper, aren't you?
And you're not the official investigator anymore, are you?
Egidio, this is only about opening a door. You've done it often enough.
Not while the Holy Inquisition was busy searching the cell next door.
Come, let's go.
Don't you understand? We have been ordered not to help you in any way because your work here is done. The order was crystal clear.
It could have been that the abbot meant...
Abbot? Who said a word about the abbot? They're orders from Nazario of Milan.
Is that right? You know what it says in this letter?
No, how should I know? I'm not a fortune teller.
You shouldn't be so rude, Egidio.
And you should leave me in peace. The Inquisitor doesn't want us to talk to you.
You and I are going to have a little chat.
Well, if you can't tell me how to sweep up all of this while I sleep away the afternoon nap, then I'm not interested in anything you feel you have to tell me.
Nonetheless, I think you'd find the contents of this letter very interesting.
What's that to me?
Is it all the same to you?
Why should it interest me what the letter says?
You don't know how to read, do you?
According to the Bible, that's not a sin.
How do you know that if you can't read? You've seen it before, haven't you?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Let me refresh your memory a bit. To the Most Reverend Father Abbot of San Torquato, for perusal at his convenience.
That's enough. Don't read any more.
So you used to live in San Torquato?
Yes, I spent my childhood there. Well, actually, I spent a lot of time there. Got out whenever I could.
I see that it's not easy for you to follow the rules.
And why should I? Why can they do what they want and I can't?
They?
Yes, them. The ones with power. The ones that rule the world.
If you didn't like it, then why did you return to the Abbey?
What else could someone like me do? And besides, after what happened...
Why did Segundo want to expel you from the Abbey?
My punishment wouldn't have been to expel me from here. Mine would have been to send me back to San Torquato. Believe you me, if suffering takes us closer to heaven, then San Torquato is full of saints.
I get the point.
I don't. Why did Segundo write that letter?
By blackmailing him, Segundo can be certain that Egidio will do his bidding.
Ah, the way you're doing it.
Shut up, Bruno. What incident does this letter refer to?
It was 4 Lent seasons ago. The cook at San Torquato caught me breaking the rule to fast. I had planned to get away, but they caught me. After I'd spent the night locked up in the stables, Prior arranged for me to have a cavalry of my own. But just when he was about to start cracking the whip, I turned around and shoved him so that I could escape. As he fell, the prior hit the back of his head and died. Segundo was there for a visit and saw it all. He was the only witness. He told everyone that it was an accident and suggested to the abbot that he should send me to the abbey here to do his bidding. That's how I became his personal tattletale. I was supposed to tell him about anything I heard, especially about things that had to do with the abbot.
Interesting. Are you going to help me now and open Umberto's cell? Well, are you?
And what about the letter?
It can't be said that this paper is of any quality. It could easily be damaged, even go up in flames. Do you see what I'm driving at?
I get it. I get the point.
If that's the case, then we should get going, shouldn't we?
What other choice did I have? But now, give me the letter.
All right.
You can go in if you like. Now give me the cursed letter.
Don't worry. The past doesn't interest me in the least. After all, we all have things we'd rather forget.
What are we looking for, Master?
I don't know yet, Bruno. What's that? There's something down here. Come, Bruno. Help me move the bed. There's something underneath it. I'm not able to make out exactly what's inside, but I could swear it's made of metal. The gap is too small for me to put my hand through. My beloved compass. I think it's going to hurt me almost as much as it hurts you. Oh. All right. After all, it's for the good of the investigation. It's completely ruined and can't be fixed. The only thing that's not broken is the magnet. Now the crucifix is stuck to the magnet. Which all goes to show that a compass is not just for finding north.
Do you think that Eladio killed Umberto?
It might indicate why your doctor fled.
If all this has been clarified, then why did he come here?
Let me remind you that Umberto's death wasn't the only one, Father.
Oh, so Eladio is the killer we're searching for.
I fully grasp your desire to learn the truth, Father. I promise you that by sunrise, all your questions shall be answered.
A lock, I'd suppose. Nothing. We'll have to try something else. Excellent. There is powder on the lock. A candle wick. It's dry. It's not going to burn like this. I'd have to soak it in alcohol. But naturally, the only place at the Abbey where you can find alcohol is exactly where I want to get into. The wick has been soaked in wine. We did it! Perfect. A small explosion, but enough to blast the lock apart.
How did you know that the key belongs to the cabinet?
Remember what you heard in the chapter hall. Eladio and Umberto were accomplices. Making a connection between the key and this cabinet would therefore be a logical conclusion, don't you think? The relic that Eladio and Umberto stole must be in this chest. As for this piece of paper, let's see what this piece of paper reveals to us.
What does it say?
It's the translation of a page from a book. Do you recall having seen a book recently from which a page had been torn out?
The one we saw in the library?
Precisely. Your book. The same one you brought as a gift from your father to the Order. And the same one our killer took along with him from the library archives.
And how do you know that it's a translation from my book?
Oh, I simply draw my conclusions. Everything seems to indicate that the killer tore out the sheet of paper to have it translated. But when he saw what was written on it, Umberto decided not to hand over the translation to our killer. In light of Umberto's refusal, and driven by uncontrollable fury, the killer decided it would be best to strangle Umberto and look for the page on his own, which he was unable to locate, as we see.
Why did Umberto give him the translation?
He was probably terrified by the consequences something like this might provoke. It's one thing to have been a thief, but it's quite another to be indifferent to the possibility of exterminating humanity. Listen, the conjurer must take into account that Berserk will not be content with merely entering our world, but that he would moreover take possession of that person's body in order to spread chaos. Sound familiar?
Oh.
Now we know why Umberto had to die. Let's take a look at that chest. Let's see. Impossible. It's locked. Let's go, Bruno.
Where to?
To see Nicholas. He's the only one here who's able to open the chest. I'm going to try to convince him to do it.
Open the chest? What for? The best thing would be to hand it over to the Holy Inquisition. We've already broken enough rules in the last few days. I don't want to be caught red-handed with a chest full of stolen valuables.
It could be that there's something in this chest that throws some light on the identity of our killer.
I don't think so.
Do you think anyone cares what you think? I told you to follow me. That's all there is to it.
No.
Bruno, you're about to earn a few strokes of the lash.
No, we've come this far, but not one step further. I've had enough of doing things that are rewarded by spending an eternity in hell. I want to go to heaven, Leonardo.
I beg your pardon? Did you just call me Leonardo?
Yes, I did. You've stopped being my master. A master doesn't force his novices to dig up dead people or be an accomplice to stealing a relic that the Holy Inquisition is after.
Isn't it clear to you that we're doing all this to get to the bottom of the truth?
To get to the bottom of the truth or to satisfy your ego? Everyone says you're a very wise monk, but as a monk you haven't devoted 1 second to prayer. And as a wise man, it seems to be much more important to you to put your talent on display than to serve God.
All right. As I've stopped being your master according to your own words, from now on you'll have to fend for yourself, Bruno.
I will.
What disappoints me thereby? What really disappoints me is that you haven't learned a thing in the process. Not one thing. Oh yes, stay right where you are, weeping like a little boy. If none of all this has matured you, nothing in the world is going to make you grow up.
Is desecrating graves part of becoming mature?
I promised your father that I'd make a man out of you. Come, Bruno, follow me. It's your last chance.
I won't do it.
As you like. Even if all I did for you was in vain, at least that won't be the case with this investigation. Goodbye, Bruno. A message on the stained scrap of paper. It says, "Come to the refectory." Oh my God! Nicholas!
I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here.
Do you need help, boy?
I'd need Eladio's help to corroborate this, but I believe he's been poisoned.
Well, well, well. What have we here?
Good heavens, Nicholas! Brother Leonardo, tell me right away what...
I'll explain it to you. Father Abbot, there is your killer.
What?
He conspired with his accomplice, Eladio of Thebes, to steal the cross of San Remigio and do away with any monk who crossed his path.
That's not true.
Ah, my poor novice. How easy it is to draw the tangled thread of a lie into the innocent minds of children.
But I was at his side the whole time.
Of course. You were there when he poisoned Umberto, weren't you?
Bruno, don't listen to him. You know.
The atrocities you were forced to witness, and perhaps commit as well. Isn't that how it was? Sinners who don't confess go to hell, my dear Bruno. To the eternal torment of hell. Tell me, Bruno, have you sinned?
He told me that it wasn't bad, that it was in order to find the killer. I didn't want to. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
There, there, my son. It's over and done with now. Leonardo de Toledo, I accuse you of murdering Umberto of Lyon, Godfried of Trentino, and Nicholas of York, and furthermore of being an accomplice to the death of Anselmo of France, as well as to the theft of the cross of San Remigio.
That's insane, Nazario. You can't accuse me without evidence.
Then I shall seek the evidence. We shall see. If I'm not mistaken, and I never am, this contains the potent venom with which you poisoned Umberto. And surely Nicholas too, just a short time ago.
That's not true. Nicholas was already dead when I got there.
Pray tell, why would Brother Leonardo want to kill 4 monks?
What is that? A tarot card? There you have your motive, Father Abbot. Heresy!
Yes, it's similar to the coloured drawing in the library.
You killed 4 monks as a sacrificial offering to the devil, and stole the cross together with your accomplices.
You don't understand the slightest thing. You're not even familiar with the facts.
I understand those of your bent only too well. Servants of Beelzebub, eager to destroy peace, to sow the seeds of chaos and annihilate the souls of righteous men. Oh, yes. I have seen many like you.
If I were a servant of the devil, I wouldn't be a monk. I'd be an inquisitor.
I have waited a long time for this. And now I have finally unmasked you. This very night we shall free his soul from the dungeon of sin. Prepare the pyre.
Leonardo de Toledo, this court of justice has found you guilty of murder and theft. As monk and a servant of God, you have not only allied yourself with the devil, you have also attempted to corrupt the innocent soul of a boy who is destined to serve our Lord. You have incited the child to act as your accomplice in the course of all of your repugnant deeds. The boy's confession saved him. As for you, only the flames can save your soul. Have you anything to say on your behalf?
Get me out of here!
They all say the same when bound to this stake, and with death facing them, Leonardo.
I'm merely telling the truth. God have mercy! You know that I'm innocent, and if you set me free, I'll bring you the real killer.
Of course you will. And the mysterious, diabolical killer will be free to take your place at the stake, won't he?
What did you say?
You'll accuse the first person who comes to mind. I don't intend to allow an innocent man to pay for your crimes.
But I can tell you now who the killer is.
Listen to the words of a condemned soul, brothers. Hear how he proclaims his innocence after having made a pact with Beelzebub. Remember that the devil deceives. Recall that the Holy Scriptures command us to stay far from temptation. Recall that.
Nazario of Milan. I am innocent. Curse you and all you stand for. I'm innocent.
No one who ends up where you are is innocent, Leonardo.
You've always wanted to see me here, and now you've finally achieved that. But you're wrong. I haven't done a thing, and I know who the killer is.
Is that right? And why should I believe the lies of a deceitful heretic? Guards, the torch!
You'll burn eternally in hell for this.
Though the only one who's going to burn today is you.
It's said that the Dominicans are the dogs of God, but you're the devil's vulture.
We are condemning your body to save your soul. This shall serve as an example to all those who resolve to turn their backs on God and heed the call of evil. Poor Leonardo. First he fell out of grace with the Emperor. Now he's squandered the grace of God.
That won't be the last of it, Nazario.
You can talk as much as you want before your tongue feeds the flames. Farewell, Leonardo. Receive the flame of eternal purification.
No, he's innocent.
I'm going to be burnt alive. I must get away from here. I can't do a thing tied up. What am I doing here, staring at the pile? Come on, think, Leonardo, think! I'm tied to it! I can't escape! My soul doesn't need to be purged. Come on, Leonardo, think! I must get free in any way I can. I can't set myself free! I need help! I don't think they're going to help me. Hey! Guards, hey! Get me out of here! I'm innocent!
Hey, you! Help him get out of there! Don't you see he's innocent? Roast in hell, you heretic! Hey, heretic! Are you getting hot? Now comes the worst part. I don't want to watch that. You're right. You never get used to it, do ya?
God.
So that's how I squandered the grace of God, hmm?
Master. I'm so sorry. I thought you had some kind of contact with the devil. You made me desecrate things and...
It was not desecration. We were searching for the truth.
I see that now, Master.
It was your fault that I nearly died. God help us. What made you think of accusing me? What the devil gave you such ideas?
I was scared. Nazario. He frightened me and I...
Frightened? Have I ever taught you to fear telling the truth?
No. I learnt enough about that from my father.
Nor were you taught to weep like a little boy. Why are you crying? Because you received a few deserved strokes of the lash?
No, because... No. Please, don't leave me here alone.
Will you stand by me, no matter what? Because you can rest assured that you are going to see a monstrous demon. Are you ready to follow me to the bitter end?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, Master.
Good. We're off, Bruno.
Where are we going?
We're going to finish this once and for all. The final hour has come. Bruno, stay near the doorway. It would be better.
If you say so, Master.
Thomas?
Huh? Well, Brother Leonardo de Toledo. I thought by this stage you'd already be burning in the flames of hell.
Well, it's true that I was about to be burnt at the stake. I assumed that would have been sufficient for you.
Now, true. I admit I would have found that agreeable.
That way the culprit would have been found and eliminated by the Holy Inquisition. Everything would have gone back to normal and you could have carried on with your plans.
Let's not beat around the bush, Leonardo. Do you really believe that? I'd have thought you were much more intelligent. Do you think it bothers me if the truth comes to light? Not anymore. At this stage, there's no turning back.
Are you saying you're going to carry out the invocation to the end? Is that the last step?
It's already been done. After you were arrested, I set to work on the translation. I followed the instructions to the letter. I have the book, the pentagram, and the elements. I spent years searching desperately for them until I spied them here at this library. I knew that the book would end up here sooner or later, and that I'd find it. I settled down here and waited 16 long years.
Until Bruno and I appeared with the book.
It belonged to my father. He was a genius. He knew a great deal about alchemy and the occult arts. A long time ago, the story was told that the few copies of this book in existence that had belonged to a sect of heretics had been destroyed. But evil never allows itself to be wiped out completely. My father got hold of fragments that had survived, and then reconstructed the book through the research he did. But in the end, it all came to naught, due to the Inquisition and Nazario of Milan.
Yes, I remember that story because it had something to do with my departure from the Emperor's court. I never understood why Nazario and the Emperor were so possessed by heretical books, until I realized what was being hatched in this library.
You're not to blame. You're merely another victim of a hoax they've been carrying on with for years.
Power corrupts not only the nobility, it even takes hold of our own members of the church. The Emperor believed that he could use his entire knowledge of heresy to his advantage. Satanic books, diabolical rituals, alchemy. To all intents and purposes, every book found in all of Christianity was burnt in the bonfires. But with Nazario as an ally, in reality, they were sent here, translated and archived. If I presume correctly, in the insane hope that they would serve his interests.
Of course. Can you imagine an army of immortal demons? Spells that can transform good, pious people into little more than brute animals? That's too much power to leave in the hands of people with such limited minds like the Emperor or Nazario. It's the right of the gifted, like me. We have the right to make use of them.
No one has the right to commit abominable deeds like the ones which have occurred here over the last few days.
Would it give you some kind of satisfaction to tell me my sins to my face?
Wasn't Godfried aware that you intended to take his place?
That mentally retarded oaf? A fool like him should never have been allowed to become assistant librarian in the first place. No, he thought occultism was merely an innocent game. I think he never believed in the power of Satan. He never feared him or paid him the respect we have for him.
That's why he secretly lent Anselmo books, didn't he?
Anselmo was insolent. He never accepted his lot at the Abbey. He was preoccupied with constantly improving himself and getting ahead. Nothing else. That's why he was punished. And despite his experience as a copyist, he was demoted to gatekeeper.
There's something almost comical about giving all the keys to the Abbey, in other words, those that enable you to leave the edificium and enter the library too, to the one person who had the most interest in the library's secrets. Apart from you, of course.
Yes, of course. I've had my eyes on those books since I arrived here. Did they really think I wouldn't notice what's going on here? That I wouldn't associate the sounds at night in the edificium with the rumors of phantasmagoric apparitions in the library?
And you blackmailed Godfried with accusing him in front of the abbot if he refused to give you the books.
Yes, he let me leaf through some ancient manuscripts in which the architects of the Abbey illustrated how to move around in the secret passages. Learning that brought me enormous satisfaction. Even though Godfried was too much of a coward to allow me access to the upper floors, I was able to study the secret index, and he brought me any volume I desired into the scriptorium. When you appeared, and I heard that this book was finally going to be catalogued, I thought that my quest would soon be over and done with.
Yet it was precisely my arrival and the abbot's request to investigate Anselmo's death that interrupted your activities. Godfried was afraid of being caught and destroyed the evidence. The parchment from the crypt was safe, even though he wasn't able to get it out of Anselmo's desk. He didn't have the key, so he assumed that no one else would get their hands on it either. But the illustration that provided access to the library, I must admit it was quite clever to hide the sheet of paper in Anselmo's grave. No monk would have dared to do, yes, well, what I did. A very intelligent move on his part.
Intelligent? Godfried? He surely hid it there because no other place occurred to him. Or because he did it that night when we...
If I've learned one thing, it's never to underestimate someone's intelligence. It's sufficiently clear that on the night when he was alone with you in the cemetery, he prepared everything he did in the event that you might kill him, with an alibi and no witnesses.
I thought he would give me the book. Instead, I found him stuttering and trembling with fear, because Brother Leonardo was going to discover his secret, and he would be excommunicated. A whimpering coward!
And with one of Egidio's shovels, in a moment of anger, you killed him.
It wasn't anger, Leonardo. Don't insult me. I was well aware that Marcello favored me enough to make me Godfried's successor once he was no longer there.
I know, but the way you did away with him. You dragged him across the cemetery and hid him in the cemetery chapel. You knew we'd find him the next day, yet even that didn't matter to you.
I beg your pardon, but you're not as smart as you think. You're not capable of grasping my plan down to the last minute detail. I didn't care what would happen with Godfried's body. I thought that by obtaining access to the library, I would get access to the book. And once I had the sorcerer's spell in my hands, nothing else would have been important anyway.
You were the one who received Anselmo's parchment, the one that Godfried had stolen from our room, weren't you?
I think the moment that truly terrified Godfried was when he saw that only one day after your arrival, you were already able to open Anselmo's desk and get hold of the parchment which could incriminate him. That's why he broke into your room and stole it from you. I took it away from him at the cemetery and intended to destroy it.
But once you established that you weren't able to read the invocation spell without the help of a translator, you gave it to Umberto so that he could sneak out of the edificium that night.
Umberto's vice was greed. I offered him a solid sum of money for the translation, confidentially.
I presume he refused to give you the parchment as soon as he grasped the meaning of what he had translated.
Phooey! His cowardliness was probably even greater than his greed. Umberto told me that he wouldn't give me the translation under any circumstances. But I knew he wasn't stupid, that he wouldn't destroy anything of value, which meant he had to keep it hidden in a secret place. I strangled him with my belt sash.
That's what I thought. You weren't wearing the sash that afternoon. I presume your anger got the better of you again.
Aren't you listening to me? I'm not easily angered. It was all part of my plan. He had health problems, something to do with his vagus nerve, and asphyxiated quickly. It hardly left a mark.
With health problems like that, he must have gone to the Abbey's doctor often. To my friend Eladio. Perhaps that's how the two of them developed such a close relationship.
They already knew each other. They always kept up a peculiar form of camaraderie. They were thick as thieves, but never seemed to be friends. When Nazario told me of his past at the tribunal, I realized that the translation would be there, in the hospital.
All right, so much for the translation. What about the book?
I searched Umberto's workplace with a fine-toothed comb, but there wasn't much time. I didn't find the translation there, so I went away with the book in my hand. Marcello saw me. That left me with no other choice than to hide it. I mixed it in with the other tomes on my desk, then went up to the library to give them all back. The book would be safe there until nightfall.
I see. Because you needed the book too. The translation alone wasn't enough. I can't imagine that Umberto hadn't copied Saturn's pentagram, a necessary part of the invocation.
Umberto was a translator, not a copyist. It was easier to use the drawing from the book and read the translation from Umberto's parchment out loud. That's why I went to the library that night, to get the book again.
Yet you were so impatient to see if the drawing would do what it's supposed to do, that you had to try it out in the library right away? What kind of sense does that make?
Why not? Was there a better place? No one could see me, except perhaps some monk who had to go out at night because he had fallen ill. Otherwise, no one could go up there and come into the library.
Aha! But you hadn't reckoned with Bruno and me. You were so beside yourself when you heard us that you tore the page with the pentagram out of the book and fled. You left everything else behind the way it was, including the book.
I see it gives you great satisfaction to interfere with my plans.
It looks like my interference bothered you enough for you to make a mistake.
What?
Once we found the pentagram in the library, I knew it was you. Only 2 brothers had access to those rooms at the time, and only one of them, to put it in a nutshell, displayed a great interest in occultism.
Aha! In other words, it couldn't have been anyone else who had the key. You, for example.
It could have been, but when Nazario accused me at the tribunal and found the tarot card, you couldn't stop yourself from pouring more oil into the flames in order to get me out of the way and get your hands on the translation again. You had to open your mouth. You called out that the picture on the card was similar to the drawing in the library. But at that point in time, you wouldn't have been permitted to have any more access to the library, because the Inquisition had forbidden it.
But
you didn't give it any thought. It was impulsive, and it was a mistake. Don't make me laugh. For my part, I held you for a weak suspect, simply unable to do something like that. I didn't understand how someone like you, educated, calm, seemingly rational, could commit murders of such obviously uncontrollable wrath. When I questioned you, I couldn't find any trace of nervousness, of the normal reaction someone shows who has a guilty conscience or something to hide. I merely found you a bit peculiar. It seemed as if the consequences of what happened weren't important to you, as if they had nothing to do with you, as if someone else had committed the murders.
You're not getting the point, Leonardo. I've already told you, it was all part of a master plan to...
Don't make me laugh. A plan? Splitting open someone's head who could help you to get what you wanted? To suddenly throttle the only one who could translate what you had waited for years? Nazario was right, and I couldn't see it at the time. We mustn't look for a methodical killer here. We're looking for a quick-tempered demon who is taking his place.
It was all because of the book. I had to have the book.
It's ironic that a single volume, a book so valuable and dangerous at the same time, is supposed to have caused all these incidents. And that of all people, We were the ones who brought the book with us. It was in our hands for so long, but we weren't aware of what it dealt with.
Yes.
If I could only read Sumeric.
Oh, come on, Leonardo. With the knowledge your limited intellect possesses, how far do you think you're going to get? All you have is a weak human mind.
Be that as it may, it's a healthy mind.
What are you implying?
Oh, come on, Thomas. Don't you listen to your own words? Do you think that the work of a copyist in the library, the meticulous and painstaking care taken for our culture, the intelligent planning over years to obtain a coveted object, granted all traits of a normal human being, are compatible with the brutal, violent person who murders his own brothers?
No. Yes! I mean no.
I'll tell you what I think. You're sick. Your mind doesn't function. You have abandoned the path of our Lord in favor of a superstitious belief in things that are stupid and senseless. And all because your imagination tells you they'll give you power.
I'll free myself. You'll see. I'm going to finish the invocation, and you'll all see.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Hear me, O my Lord Satan. Speak the 7 words of invocation. Free your slave. Sobek, Sekhmet.
Free you? It's your sickness that has set your mind free, that eats you up bit by bit. I presume you've appeared out of thin air now and then, haven't you? That's why Gottfried was so afraid of you.
Berserk must come. He must take hold of me. Sokar, Selket.
Do you want to invoke a demon, Thomas? You don't need any sorcery for that. You're already possessed by the demon of madness.
No!
What? Stop! Stop! You fool!
Mut, Nut, free me! Ha 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 ha! Berserk is here! Ha 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 ha!
Fire! Fire!
You won't get away, you murderer!
You dare to put yourself in the path of a powerful demon, you insolent boy?
Not you! You're not a demon! You're a madman!
Then die!
Brother Thomas, you're not yourself! Let the boy go! Immediately!
I'm not Thomas anymore. As Thomas, I can merely kill them one after another. I am Berserk now. I'll take all of you with me. Together with me, you'll learn what hellfire is.
Thomas?
Huh?
As you like fire so much, let's see what it does to the book you've set your heart on.
No! No! Ah!
What a horrible death!
That was the last in a series of macabre deeds. But they're finally over with now.
What the devil is this?
Master?
I don't know what satanic power enabled you to escape from burning at the stake, but I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
No, he's innocent. I saw the whole thing.
We all saw it, Nazario. Didn't you hear the words that leapt out of Thomas's mouth? He's your killer. He is responsible for the murders.
Do you believe that, Brother Marcello? Come, my esteemed abbot. Faith cannot be placed in one who has been possessed by the devil. Thomas was possessed by evil,
And evil always attempts to deceive us with fallacies and lies.
And without a doubt, this is a major deception. Thomas cannot be guilty of Anselmo's death. We all know that he wasn't at the Abbey at the time of death.
That's bad news for you, isn't it?
I beg your pardon?
Speak clearly, Brother Leonardo.
I'd be glad to. If I were him, if your community were to accept that Thomas had killed Anselmo, that would let you off the hook completely.
Are you insinuating that I...
Brothers, Secundo was the one who cut the rope to the censer that killed Anselmo.
Me? Me? But why should I do away with Anselmo?
It's true that you had no motive for doing away with Anselmo. But Anselmo wasn't alone.
What?
You planned it carefully. You knew the abbot frequently took walks to the crypt and back. One day, the rope holding the censer would break, and the abbot would be the victim of a tragic accident. Wasn't that the plan? So you used one of Nicholas's tools, a pair of hedge clippers for Arcadio, who had ordered them and never received them. You went to work on slitting through the rope, but it was stronger than you had thought. The clippers were damaged, and it took you a few seconds longer to cut clean through. As a consequence, the abbot was able to step back in time, and that fatal coincidence led to the censer falling on poor Anselmo.
You have no proof. No proof at all.
But you also knew that Nicholas is very conscientious. It didn't take long for him to notice the clippers were missing, and you couldn't put them back where they came from. At least, not until you had repaired the damage. So you sent Nicholas off to get charcoal outside the abbey. Now that Nicholas was gone after some makeshift repairs, you put them back in their place. But as you were coming out of the smithy, I spotted you.
That is a lie. What a huge falsehood.
No, it's true. Segundo didn't fix the clippers. He had me do the work. Now I understand why he wanted to keep it a big secret.
Now you'll believe what Egidio says too? When he has told you his story, you'll see that you cannot put any faith in him. He and Leonardo are accomplices.
Leonardo, please continue.
With the greatest of pleasure, Father. Segundo logically would have been the next in line to become abbot. We mustn't forget that he has very influential friends. In said position, with the languages he's mastered, under the protection of that self-same Nazario with the knowledge that the library contains, I don't know the limits of his ambition, but it would have been easy for him to attain a cardinal's mitre. And from there, it's only one step to the Holy See.
A pack of lies! This is ridiculous!
And believe me, it wouldn't have bothered him a bit to do away with anyone who stood in his way, even if the situation had dealt with one of his masters.
Keep talking.
Once your plan failed and the abbot commissioned me with the investigation here, you applied pressure so that Nazario would come as soon as possible, because you knew he would try to get me out of the picture. What you weren't aware of is that Nicholas guessed what had happened to the clippers. He found it strange that of all days, you had chosen that one to send him out to get charcoal for no reason at all. The barrel of charcoal at the entrance to the smithy is still sealed, because Nicholas still has his old one, which is almost full.
That's true.
What's more, we know that on several occasions Nicholas had advised you to replace the rope holding the censer with a chain, for greater safety. You turned him down time and again. Nicholas drew his own conclusions from that and became suspicious of you.
Yes, Nicholas came to me last night and asked if he could talk with me. He wanted to warn me about a person whom I trust. But in light of the course events had taken, I thought he meant you, Brother Leonardo.
No. Nicholas suspected that Segundo had something to do with Anselmo's death. Segundo realized that, so he decided to do something about it. If he were able to kill Nicholas and have the blame placed on me, the blacksmith would have been silenced, Segundo would have been rid of me, and what's even better, Nazario would have thought that much better of him. Once I was out of the game, he could have killed the abbot and accused Nazario of negligence and incompetence for not finding the culprit. Perhaps these are all merely presumptions. handing over the wrong culprit to the Emperor, taking Nazario's place, and who knows what else.
Aha. Have you any proof?
I have some. After Vespers, Segundo brought me a glass and a piece of parchment. Then he instructed me to get rid of them. But here they are, Reverend Abbot.
A glass of aconite and the prescription from Eladio, made out to Segundo's name and signed by him. Quite an eloquent twist, I'd say.
I beg you, most illustrious Reverend. Are you going to believe these heresies? This is ridiculous. We should be passing judgment on him for heresy and condemn him.
Brother Segundo, you shall be banned from this abbey, and I am going to personally request that you be excommunicated.
You can't do that. Are you really going to believe some stranger? After all the things we've done together for this monastery.
Yes, you've done excellent work. That's how you allowed two thieves like Umberto and Eladio to join our abbey and steal the treasures of the fathers before us. Envy, lust, and pride have grown within these walls, and you were incapable of recognizing the seeds of the devil that had taken possession of Thomas. Yes, you truly did your work well.
You have fallen out of favor, Segundo. The Imperial Guards shall attend to you.
As for you, Nazario, your work is done here too.
But the devil?
Nothing remains to be clarified. The man who requested the help of the Holy Inquisition is one of the culprits. A justified reason for your presence here no longer exists. I'm sure it will be of greater use elsewhere. Do not be blinded when you seek the devil in another's house, and watch out that he doesn't enter yours.
You'll hear from me, Leonardo. And it won't be pleasant news. Believe me.
I believe you.
Get going.
Thank you very much, Leonardo. Without your wisdom, we would never have found out the truth.
I regret that they had to be such terrible truths, Father.
Will you tell us someday how you managed to escape from being burnt at the stake?
I've already told you. It was with God's help.
I'm not familiar with Nazario in your past, but I fear that your future with him is probably going to look rather dark. Take care of yourself.
Don't trouble yourself. I will.
Master?
Bruno. The time has come for us to part. We've come all this way together.
I...
Learn as much as you can. When you've become a great monk, I'll come back and give you the 40 lashes of the whip I still owe you.
I'm going to miss you, Master. Where are you off to now?
I think it's time to return to the Emperor's court. It may turn out to be dangerous, but there's a time when I must face my past. The events here have given me food for thought, and I think it was wrong to have gone away back then.
What do you mean by that?
Someone has to keep an eye on the Emperor's craving for power. What has happened here was merely a warning from our Lord. It pointed out to us what can happen if the Emperor fails to watch out and acts rashly.
Wise words, brother. Go in peace, and count on my support.
I'll do that. I'm going to speak with the brothers of my order and... oh, well, with the Empress too, if it's necessary.
I wish you luck. You'll need it.
And on the journey there, who knows? Perhaps I'll write my memoirs.
What?
Don't worry, Father. I don't think that anyone would read them.
Peace.
Peace, brothers.